right, let's see. What about, let's go over this to see what officers that we're missing. What about, so position one, the officer for that's here, right? Tatiana Thomas.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then for position two, Benita Hunter.
No, the officer is not here.
You know, like,
I did not make contact with the officer yet. With the officer.
all right, and so we got position three, Black Safer, we got that one. Charlotte Wood, that officer's here.
Yeah.
Terrell Cobb, David Lewis.
David Lewis, Your Honor. Spoke with the officer. And I did not. So, I was right. This is the first time this woman. Your Honor.
All right. So is it Mr. excuse me, is Mr. Houston coming? Okay.
Judge Manning,
Uh,
you kind of sound far away and muffled.
That better? Is that better?
No, it's not.
Is that better? Kind of uncomfortable sitting like this, but is that better?
No, it still sounds the same.
Oh.
Mr. McCully, can you talk for a second? See if we can hear you.
Check, check, check.
So it's the courtroom.
Is the courtroom in particular? I don't know.
I thought it was just me. Thank
No.
you, Ms. Watts.
And I thought it was just me.
Yeah, I don't know what the control is for, these courtroom microphones.
Uh, um, I wonder if it's the podium that's doing that. Maybe we need to reconnect the podium, maybe.
Let's see.
Let me see if I can get someone to give me one moment.
Okay. Send the ETA on the females to be like 30 minutes.
We can start with the male,
All right.
Your Honor.
So, well, hold on a second. So we got, so you're gonna have for the David Houston case for David Lewis on admin leave. Mr. Cho, you said you want, so it says that the officer's on admin leave.
I understand he is objecting, Your Honor. Talked to the officer last night. Our liaison will be working with them to see how long this leave will be. And also, for the next hearing, if he is not able to attend, we will try to get somebody else to attend.
All right, so let me check, because I didn't, had a late hearing last night. Give me what's going on. We had a bond on, 10/20/22. You want, Mr. Chair, you want to handle a bond hearing for him or have Mr. Houston come down? Because he hadn't had bond since October of last year. Yeah. Okay, yeah, if you want, I mean, he'll be here so we can hear him on bond if you, Mr. Houston wants to come down and one of y'all want to hear it. And then we got, Mauricio Wilkins. Okay. So what about the officer for that one?
Okay.
Position 7.
I talked to Officer Washington yesterday, and he, and should be here, Your Honor. So we talked yesterday, they're aware of it, I come in the courtroom, we actually discussed the case also. So officer should be, on his way, should be a little close to us, Your Honor.
Okay, what about, Eddie Gates?
Eddie Gates, that officer is out of town and will not return until the 2nd of next month, Your Honor.
Is this the first time, wait. Oh, wait. Okay, the reset was for the, is this the first time it's been reset for prelim, Ms. Collins? So, I mean, do you want to address bond? It looks like the bonding company came off due to a hold. Do you want to address it again? Okay, we'll give, one reset. What's the out of town? How long was the
Until
date?
the 2nd of next month, Your Honor.
You hear that, Miss Watts? Okay, make sure still checking on that. All right, and, Eugene Smith, that officer's here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so. All right, so who do you want to go first and before you want to knock out a couple of the other ones? I mean,
Yes, Your
my
Honor.
thing is I just hate for her to have to sit there for so long, but the females won't be here for 30 minutes. All right, so which one do you want to take first?
Let's go with position 1 then, Your Honor.
Isn't that a female?
Oh, sorry, Your Honor.
Two is a female.
Position number 5, Your Honor.
And one of you, it's going to say Sean Hoover's lawyer. Yeah, like C3 or whatever they're called, right? Conflict or C10, whatever they're called now. Yeah. All right, so we don't have the public, I mean, not the public, but the conflict or C3 attorney here on that. Let's keep going down the line. We got,
Your Honor, we may have to start with position number 3, Your Honor.
well, we got Eugene Smith,
Ready, let's go.
number 9.
Yes.
Miss Watts, I know Miss Watts is checking on since everybody says it sounds muffled. So, Mr. Chair, I guess what we'll have to do is about to speak up loud because they think it may be the podium that needs to be resetting, or they can call IT to see.
Understood, Your Honor.
Miss Watts? Can you hear me enough this sounds? I don't know what's happened to the audio in here.
I cannot hear, Your Honor. You do sound muffled. Everyone in the courtroom sounds muffled, but then I'm noticing on the Zoom forum that all the mics are closed, and I don't think your mic was usually closed, Your Honor.
It's closed, but if I, well, let's see, if I connect it to a mic,
Uh-huh.
uh, then there's like feedback.
Okay.
Let's see. There's feedback if I take my, if I join with the. Ms. Watts, did you find out, or can you get in touch with IT? I mean, because everybody's gonna have to speak up. Who knows what happens? Maybe she can get in touch with IT. Just watch your back.
Yes, Judge Manning, Aaron from IT is getting ready to come down.
Okay. So does it help? I mean, we'll try to just speak louder directly into the microphone. I mean, I can't get much closer. My body's too short to get right up against it. Is that a little bit better, Miss Sims?
I have no clue what you just said, Judge.
It's not. It's the same?
A lot of static.
Sure what to do. Is it Monday?
Judge Manning, Aaron is trying to log on now. When he logs on, can you start back talking again so he can see what the problem sounds like?
Oh, is he on now? Yeah, but it's everybody. Let's see. It's mine. Mr. Taylor, could you speak into your microphone real quick and see, so IT can see?
Test, test, test,
Good.
test, test. Testing, test.
Where'd he go? He was on here. He just left. Where'd he go?
Okay, he logged on and he just logged out, so he may be getting ready to head down now.
Okay. Miss Sims, do we need to wait for a second for him to get down here? I mean, obviously, I think we did. Do we need to wait for IT to get down here and see if they can fix the mic so you can hear properly?
The mic,
Right, and
Yeah.
his microphone. I tell you what, we'll wait for a second, get IT a minute to get down here.
yes, Your Honor.
You gotta get a good record. Come on in, we're just waiting on you.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Okay, that sounds better.
Is it better, Embria?
Yes, much better.
from everybody. So that's all we had to do is unplug it and plug it back in.
Kinda.
Kinda. It was more complicated, sorry. We can't tell the secret because if we do, we could take his job. But I'm hearing feedback in mine.
Want to approve the vote report, Your Honor. Are we good? Ms. Sims?
Yes, we are good, Attorney McCauley. Thank you.
Thanks,
All
Aaron.
right,
Oh, no problem.
much better, okay. All right. All right, so this one is Eugene Smith, 22 CP 213996, 137 days without indictment, theft by taking felony. Go ahead.
Do you swear to affirm the testimony you should give to the court, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes,
State your name and spell it for the court record.
Stephanie Brown, STEPHANIE, Brown, BROWN.
Is it Detective Brown?
Yes,
Detective Brown, where are you currently employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And were you employed with them on November the 5th, 2022?
Yes,
How did you become aware of Eugene Smith?
I became aware of Eugene Smith. I was assigned a case while I was in the larceny unit of an incident that took place where a woman's firearm was stolen from her residence.
And what happened during that incident?
On November the 5th, a young lady, she was hanging out with one of her girlfriends, and Eugene Smith had passed by. She was smoking, she was cooking. She was like, hey, welcoming him into her home so he can enjoy some food, because on a previous occasion, he had asked to stay in a trailer that she owned because he was homeless. So they were smoking outside, and he asked her permit, like, hey, can I go get a cigar from upstairs? So she allowed him to go back up to the apartment to get a cigar. And when they went back, when he came back, he immediately kind of walked off. And when they went back into the apartment, the firearm was gone from the table or the counter.
And what was the victim name?
The victim's name was Shakayla Parnell Mann.
And what was the address that this occurred at?
3041 Landrum Drive, Southwest, apartment 11F,
What county is that in?
Fulton County.
Did he have permission to enter into her apartment?
He did.
Did he have permission to take her weapon?
No.
Where was it at inside the apartment?
I want to say that it was on the counter, on the kitchen counter.
Was it loaded?
I can't confirm.
Was he in the apartment alone when this occurred?
I believe it was some adult, like young children, but they were asleep.
Did anybody see him do it?
No.
How long after the gun was taken did the victim, Miss Mann, notice?
Less than 30 minutes. Because she advised, and it's all on evidence.com, like the way he walked off was like abruptly after he went to get the cigar from upstairs. So they went back into the unit, and they came out because they were cleaning with bleach. That's also on the incident report. So the smell was a little high.
That's why they were outside the.
And I have a smoke.
Okay. And did you discuss Miss Mann seeing him before? Did she have a personal relationship with Mr. Smith?
She didn't have a personal relationship. She just knew that he was homeless.
Mhm.
And he asked permission to stay in her trailer that was parked out front, but she declined.
Okay.
So she had seen him in the neighborhood. And then on 2 previous occasions, the same officer who did this report, he had an interaction with him back in October of 2022.
And when you and what officer is that?
Sean Morgan.
And did you discuss during your investigation, did you discuss this case with Mr. Morgan?
I don't know.
And did you know regarding the interactions that that Officer Morgan had with Mr. Smith?
So I was able to look on our Mark 43 reporting system and find the reports involving him in the same apartment complex.
And is this Officer Morgan's regular beat?
I believe so.
And did Officer Morgan, was he able to identify?
He was able to identify him because of the distinctive, I want to say it's a falcon tattoo on the side of his face.
Oh,
Right.
I know, pal.
I know.
And was Miss Mann able to identify him?
That, I believe so, yes. That's who she described to the officer, and I want to say, but I have to review the body camera footage to see if she actually did the show up.
Okay. Did she describe any distinctive features that he had?
Yes,
And what was that distinctive feature?
the bird tattoo on the side of his face.
Right. I know. I agree.
Was the weapon ever retrieved?
I don't believe so. I haven't gotten any response back on the firearm from GTIC.
Was the weapon registered that you know?
She was searching for her receipt for the gun.
And
But she was able to provide the serial number for it.
and did you enter that into the system that you all have?
The original officer should have.
Okay. And what kind of gun was it?
It was a LC9 Ruger, and it was fully loaded.
Do you know the cost of the gun? Or did you look at the cost of the gun?
I did not notate it in my incident report.
Okay. Did you look up Mr. Smith regarding during your investigation?
Yes,
And did you look at anything that would identify Mr. Smith during your investigation?
when I pulled up his driver's license photo,
And in that driver's license photo, do he have any distinctive features?
yes,
And what is that distinctive feature?
the bird tattoo on the side of his face.
And do you see Mr. Smith in the courtroom right now?
Yes,
Everybody remove their mask.
Can you please describe an article of clothing that he is wearing?
he has on the blue gel shirt and a gray undershirt.
Can the court recognize that she has positively identified the defendant?
Noted.
Who placed the gun on the kitchen countertop?
Miss Mann, Cornell Mann.
It'd be the same thing.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
This incident occurred on what date?
November the 5th.
Okay. The initial responding officer was who?
Sean Morgan.
Okay. When you received the case for investigation, what date was that?
Well, it was approved on November the 7th. I'm not sure what date I was assigned it.
The general practice for you to be assigned to it within that same week, a month?
It varies case by case. We have an extensive caseload in the larceny unit.
And as of today, you don't have a record of when you were assigned a case?
I would have to go into our Mark 43 reporting system and advise.
When's the first time you had contact with the complaining witness?
Following the incident when I gave her a call.
Do you have anything more specific than that at this time?
One second.
For the court recognize, she's actually 1 second. She's looking up the report right now, Your Honor.
November the 7th, 2022 at 10:48 a.m.
Okay. 3041 Landrum Drive, that's the incident location, correct?
Yes, that's the incident location, apartment 11F.
It's on the first floor or second floor, if you know?
I want to say it is the second floor.
Okay. And were you able to ever go out to the scene of this incident location?
No,
Okay. When the complaining witness is cooking, is it a barbecue outside of the apartment?
no, it was at 3 a.m. in the morning and they were just cooking food inside. I don't know the details of the food in which they cooked.
Okay. So they're cooking food inside, and then it got smoky inside the apartment?
No, once they were done cooking and eating, they were cleaning up and they decided to have a smoke. She utilized cleaning chloride, like cleaning bleach to clean up. So the smell was a little significant in the apartment. So she stepped outside to have a smoke.
Okay. So when this cooking was going on, there were minor children inside the home, correct?
Yeah, they were in like a bedroom, a back bedroom sleeping.
And besides the complaining witness, who else was inside the home?
It was another female. However, she was outside at the time that Mr. Smith entered the apartment and the firearm was still there when they all three went outside.
And were there any other visitors that were adults?
No, there were no other visitors. And she also advised me, the victim, that no one was outside and no one else had access to.
When who was the female, other adult female's name?
I do not have her name.
It was not provided to you?
It wasn't provided to me.
Did you ask for the name?
I can't recall if I asked specifically for the name. I know she was sitting outside in a car and I think she was attempting to drive away. All of this is noted in the phone call that I had with her. With the victim.
Sure. So all the adults leave the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Where do they go smoke?
Right downstairs.
So out of the eyesight of the door?
No, she said she still could see her door.
Where was she located in relation to door downstairs?
Like right in the walkway near a vehicle.
Door's unlocked.
The door is unlocked. However, there's no traffic in the area and there's no way for someone to enter through the backside based on her explanation.
Based on her explanation. Were you able to verify that independently?
I pulled up Google Maps to see the unit and I reviewed the body camera footage and it appeared as such.
It's your testimony there were no other stairwells or ingresses or egresses to the apartment?
At this time, yes.
And that's based on your review of Google Maps?
And the body camera footage from the officer that arrived on scene.
Sure. So your testimony is based on Google Maps. You did not see any other ways to get into the apartment. Is that correct?
And the officer's body camera that I reviewed.
Sure. I'm not trying to ask a compound question. So I'm just asking the first part. Based on your review of Google Maps, you do not see a way to get into the apartment.
Based on Google Maps, yes.
And then same for the body camera. Is that
Correct.
When's the last time you reviewed the body camera?
I pulled a little bit of it up this morning.
Okay. How long is the body camera?
One moment, sir. I have to sign back in. It'll ask for a verification, but it is attached to the incident report.
I will withdraw the question. I appreciate your effort. Detective, the testimony of the complaining witness you spoke with was they were smoking cigarettes and cigars.
Yes, they may have also been smoking marijuana.
Okay. Was that testified to you?
She just said smoking,
Okay. Did she?
and he asked to grab a cigar from upstairs.
When she advised she was smoking, did she say that her perceptions were diminished based on what she was smoking?
No, she did not.
Okay.
She didn't advise marijuana. She just said outside smoking because it was bleach filling the apartment.
Okay. You took smoking to possibly mean marijuana, is that correct?
No, I took smoking for smoking. Couldn't determine what she said. I can't make assumptions.
Did you follow up and ask specifically?
I don't recall. I would have to review my phone conversation with her.
Is your phone conversation recorded in?
Yes, it is. It's on evidence.com.
And it's an audio recording?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anyone get the testimony of the other adult female?
I'm not sure if the officer who arrived on scene, first responding, spoke with her or not.
When that officer arrived, that was Officer Morgan, correct?
Yes.
On the body camera that you've reviewed previously and you've reviewed as of today?
Well, I started attempting to review it. I couldn't see the whole thing today.
Sure, understood. When you reviewed it previously and the portion that you reviewed today, who did he interact with?
He definitely interacted with Ms. Mann, sure, Parnell Mann.
And besides Ms. Parnell Mann, was there?
I don't
anyone else?
recall.
Okay. Was Mr. Smith in the video?
No.
Okay. Were there any other adult witnesses interviewed by Officer Morgan?
I don't recall.
Did he have to write a report in this case?
Of course, the officer had to.
Have you had an opportunity to review that report?
Yes, it's sitting in front of me now.
Okay. Just to be clear, I can't see from the podium, so I'm not asking to be obnoxious. I'm asking out of ignorance, so I appreciate your answer, Detective. Approximately how long were the adults outside on the first floor smoking?
I don't recall.
Okay. You said earlier in direct testimony that it was about
Like less than 30 minutes before she realized that the firearm was missing. How long they were outside from the time they exited the apartment, I am unsure at this time.
Are you unsure because you didn't ask, or are you unsure because you couldn't remember?
This was back in November, and I've worked a lot of other cases and got transferred units, so I haven't reviewed this case.
Understood. So it's approximately 30 minutes between the last time the gun is seen to the last time the gun is noticed missing?
That's an approximate answer.
The gun was never recovered?
I haven't gotten notification from GCIC if the firearm was recovered or not.
Are there any video cameras inside the home?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Are there any surveillance footage that was recovered during the course of this investigation?
No surveillance footage was recovered.
No Nest cameras?
No.
Objection, ask and answer. She already said no, footage was recovered, Your Honor.
She can answer it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Besides everything you've discussed already, Detective, has there been any other further updates on this investigation?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. Nothing further.
Anything else?
What time did this occur?
Around 3 a.m. That was the start time.
No further questions.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Cho?
One quick
Sure.
question.
Your Honor,
How were you able to eliminate the unknown witness as a suspect?
Because,
Objection, Your Honor. I only asked what time did this occur. He is limited in regards to his response to my limited redirect, Your Honor.
right, anything about his question?
3 a.m. is the time period that this occurred? Was that the question?
Yeah, he asked what time it occurred.
Okay. I will draw the question.
All right. Is that it for this witness?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Stay safe. Thank you. Get some rest. All right, argument?
I'll defer.
Judge, there are at least 2 suspects. There is a apartment that was unintended for at least 30 minutes, according to the testimony. There was evidence very clearly that no one has spoken with the other adult female. And there's no gun that's been recovered. So it's an unintended door, it's unlocked. I heard testimony of marijuana to some aspect today. Smoking was what was said. I think the testimony was there was an assumption of marijuana. So maybe no one was sober at that time period, but 3 a.m. Door unintended for 30 minutes and there's a missing gun. State didn't want to hear about the other suspect for some reason. So we don't really have enough evidence at this time to suggest Mr. Smith is the person who took the gun. Respectfully ask the court to consider finding no PC.
Okay. What says this?
Your Honor, her line of sight was always on her door. She was always able to see where her door was. She was always able to see if anybody was going in or going out. And she only stepped outside because she had bleach on the floor at the time after she was cooking, Your Honor. It was testimony that she was smoking. We do not know what she was smoking, but she was smoking at the time. She was a person who placed the gun on the kitchen countertop, Your Honor. So she knew where the gun was. So, and she was being nice to a person that she thought possibly was homeless, and she allowed him to go into the apartment. He is the only person who went into the apartment because she had a line of sight on the actual apartment. And he quickly left after he came back downstairs, which was concerning. And when they went into the apartment, they knew why. It's because he had stolen the gun, Your Honor. I ask that you find probable cause for the charge.
I just have one on here.
I'm sorry.
For the charge for theft by taking.
Oh, okay, he said all 4 of the charges. I'm like, I just have one.
Right.
All right, I think she said they were smoking and she didn't assume that they were smoking weed. It was like, could have been cigarettes, whatever else you can smoke. But I don't think she said that she thought they were smoking weed. I think
Understood,
I think that's what she said. But I'll go ahead and find probable cause on that. And it's been, he's been in 137 days without indictment and a $10,000 good bond as of November the 15th, 2022.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Jackson.
The defendant has 15 cycles. The defendant's last arrest was July the 21st, 2022 in Fulton County for a probation violation. The defendant does have a prior felony conviction. That was in 2010 for robbery. Also, the defendant has misdemeanor convictions. There was one in 2008 for obstruction of an officer and theft by taking. And that was one in 2007 for obstruction of an officer. Nothing in addition, Your Honor.
Mr. Cho, so you may already, so it looks like there's a probation violation that was issued on March the 9th by Judge Eaton.
Oh, March 9th. I haven't seen that yet, Judge. I will say this, there is another 22 CP open case as well, where there are bonds on. We did send an email social worker, but I will update it further. Mr. Smith is 33. He does have a mailing address in 30311. He would be living with his sister if he were to able to afford the bonds on all his cases. He has been in Georgia his whole life. He has his GED and he was working construction previously.
I said, and plus my daughter in the coma right now.
He has a family emergency with his daughter being in a coma currently. And We are asking at this time, since there's not been any action on the case, for the court to consider a reduction in half. I don't think there's anything that's gonna release Mr. Smith at this time.
So is the state.
Yes, Your Honor. We would defer to the court judge to the bond, Your Honor.
All right, no drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. And Mr. Chair, you'll find an address, you'll file an address where he'll be living. That's actually where he's gonna be living.
Yeah, them also, the address, same address.
It's the issue is, Your Honor, it is the same.
Okay.
Name as
I got you. All right, so stay away from 3041 Landrum Drive Southwest. No further contact with SHAKEYIA. Last name is hyphenated, Parnell, PARNELL, Mann, MANN. Must provide an address to the jail at the time you bond out, sir, because we're gonna have to know where you live. But Mr. Cho, do you want that probation? It's 23-000-676 PV. It looks like it was issued on, March the 9th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So right now it's a $10,000 bond. We'll reduce it. I mean, he's not going anywhere. He's got that $7,000 good bond. Best of luck to you, sir.
It got reduced. Judge, can I ask one thing?
Yes, sir.
The address we have, is that complex in a different unit? If possible, would the court consider stay away 200 yards as opposed to stay away from the street address? Okay. And if not, Judge, we are trying to find accommodations for Mr. Smith, so.
So you didn't know if that's,
Shelter.
so who was he living with there if he was?
So his sister has apartment 20D in the complex. I'm not sure what the relation is to the unit number in today's case.
Let's see. Trying to look for a unit number. Oh, this is 11F.
I'll be honest with you, Google Maps does not have street view of this address specifically, so it's hard to lay eyes on it. So I'm not sure what that testimony was earlier today, but it is not accessible by Google Maps Street View. I was not able to gauge the distances between 20D and 11F.
Well, I will say, Your Honor, the state's concern is for the safety of the victim. The victim did call the cops. The victim is staying in the same apartment complex. We will be concerned that if she is going back and forth to her apartment of possible harm to the victim, Your Honor, I will say that I don't think that the defendant should be living in the same apartment complex as the person he victimized.
Has there been any victim contact in this case?
Give me one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let's see, where is it?
I'm trying to get it pulled up, Your Honor.
Okay.
It was completely asleep, so.
Okay.
Your Honor, my colleague might be able to, she's already loaded. We're looking right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, we'll defer to court.
Okay, what we'll do is we'll just leave it to stay away from the address. reach out to the victim. And because if you can find out if it's 200 yards and he's there and she's walking around, it may be hard for him to stay away. So if you get contact with the victim, so we'll keep him away from the address. And if you get contact with the victim, or you get contact with the victim, Mr. Cho, let us know and we can talk about amending it right now. Just stay away from the address.
Understood. Thank
Not
you,
just the
Your Honor.
apartment, but that whole address.
Yes,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you. Best of luck to you, sir.
You can make the bar. It's 7 now. Oh, I know that's the issue. I'm gonna have to try to do it through the revolution.
Let's see. So who's gonna, which one goes? He said the females are here, so.
Yes, the females are here, so we'll be starting with,
So when you get them up here, Charlotte Woods. Yeah. Look, how long is it? 10 minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes, all right. So we're back. You can come on up. What's your name, officer? With Charlotte Woods case?
No, he's on.
Yeah, come on. What's your name? One more time? Oh, yeah, okay. All right, I'll have her up in a minute. You can come up here, just hang out until we get.
We're gonna need you.
Sit right here.
No, that's fine, man. That's fine.
from.
Yeah, you good.
We need some bigger chairs.
And they came back to it?
No.
So who went to two? Then? Phil Tim had his first drive.
Yeah, man, how y'all? He had to be working at least 100 workers for the last 2 weeks, man. I was like, man, I don't want to go over there like that. You know, I ain't trying I'm not trying to be no superstar. City they did, yeah, I'm trying to get over to you know me. Oh, and you know, our office is gonna be so we be doing this video. Yeah, so because they say we don't have a place to be.
Where's your office right now?
Anyways.
Yeah, like just.
Yeah, I believe you just. Yeah.
Right.
Not as of right now. No. Okay.
She may make it past phase 1. She'll never make it past phase 2.
Did you work last night? Did you work last night? I want to get you that.
Phase 2 doesn't kick in until.
But I think that's the last person who worked last night.
Right. I think that would be like short. They visit, like. Maybe, you know. That's that. If on the sheet, like there were recommendations or whatever, the evaluation and treatment recommended, she has to prove that she's still in compliance with. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, maybe one day, I said that was it.
Jesus Christ.
Right. Well, you could put as the parties can agree. You know, you can say one overnight or as the parties can agree. Yeah. Comply with it, you know, definitely what that's it for. And then when she does that, everybody with it has to be consistent, like if it's, you know.
You don't have a morning calendar, you don't have an evening. I got both of them
You know what I'm saying? I think most likely it was like 7 or 8, you know what I'm saying, but you're not getting out to 12:30.
Right.
But on Tuesday, Thursday.
I mean. I mean, I guess you can send it to.
Right. It's hard.
She's coming where, to the courtroom?
Yeah, if they be or.
You gotta worry about that.
I guess what the.
Yeah, we actually have a meeting tomorrow.
Then a generic letter.
Yeah, but you're not part of case intake no more.
Maybe like complete side now, you know.
Whole situation.
Punishment. You can't release it, just put a little restriction, you can't release it, you can't, kids see it.
He's gonna be.
Yeah, I think if they can make it generic or a somehow. Right, something like that, just the recommendation and. To let him know. The judge will blah, 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 once she's completed. Yeah. Yeah, and whoever she goes. Just. Yeah. But everything else we have. No, I think she goes back.
Was it 1,300?
All of this before she.
Is that for me? Who was that for? Let me see. What's the officer's name? What's the officer's name?
Do you know that person?
I would say a short day. and
That's
short
the
day.
officer's name?
Yes.
Travis? Never heard of a Travis.
Before work, like consistently.
No. Let me see. Let me see if they're in the,
We'll go to,
if they even work, if they even work in here. No, I don't have a Travis. All I have is a Rampart. Oh, sorry. Let me see.
I think once I sign off.
I see. I'm just, is this a victim or?
Alrighty. Thanks, dude. Just send it. I've never sent it.
Mhm.
What come to order?
All right, sorry about that. We got Woods out here. All right. Red sweater.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you should give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes.
State your name and spell it for the court.
Danielle, Danielle, Pfeiffer, Phiff as in Frank, ER.
Who's the lawyer? Oh, this was the conflict lawyer on this one, right? No, Shortwoods, hold on.
Said something about my name was Ben. And I kept trying to tell my name was smart about Woods, come on.
Wait,
Are you the wrong person?
You know, I'm the same person.
so who's your lawyer?
I don't have no lawyer, they said that a lot of lawyers, they said I was, you know, when they gave me my, I mean, when they told me about my case, then I didn't have none.
At first appearance, though.
I didn't know.
One second.
You have the first appearance court action up.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Thank you. I did.
Well, it says pro se. Did you turn down the lawyer at first appearance?
No, I did, I went there and talked to them. So they was telling me that. I turned it up, but I didn't tell talk to nobody without look. I've been locked up a while, a year and 7 months.
Yeah, I mean, I see how long, so, oh. So, yeah, it says here, if you look at,
Pro se and
yeah,
consent to a signature bond on this case. We're talking about marijuana derivation and drug-related objects.
she's been in 299 days.
This is not an danger to the community in any way, which is served time.
So let's, hold on, let's see.
Ms. Jackson, she had that history?
Ms. Jackson, can you tell me on pretrial what position 4 has? Pretrial.
I'm sorry, what was the name again?
Charlotte Woods.
Okay, the defendant has 27 cycles. The defendant's last arrest was March the 28th, 2022, with the Georgia Department of Public Safety, the Capitol Police Department, for criminal trespassing. There was no disposition for that arrest. The defendant does appear to be on probation in Carroll County for Terroristic Threats Act. That disposition date was June the 18th, 2020, and the term is for 5 years. Also, the defendant appeared to be on probation in Fulton County. That case number is 12 SC 112616 for aggravated battery and aggravated assault. That disposition date was October the 31st, 2013, 3 years of confinement and 7 years of probation. In addition to that, the defendant appeared to have an open case pending in Fulton County. That case number is 20 SC 175320. And the charge is interference with government property and simple battery. I do see one misdemeanor conviction that was in 2006 for disorderly conduct. Nothing in addition now.
So, all right, so hold on. So we got, I mean, one, thank y'all for being patient, but
Who knew she'd been in jail 299 days and never had a public defender appointed?
Yes. Well, Your Honor, right now, what I will say is I'm not able to proceed in regards to a signature bond, but what I will allow and just, we can do a short reset, Your Honor, at the court's discretion. I'll ask the officer, because if she's pro se, Your Honor.
I mean, Mr. Cho has stepped up there, just concerns me that this
Yes. Your Honor.
lady has been in there too. I mean, it's not you, it's not Mr. Cho's fault. It's just like, what? Yeah, because I see this thing where she was pro se there. I don't understand why it said. And ma'am, just, what, did you appear in front of the judge
No, ma'am.
at first appearance?
No, ma'am. I swear to God, nobody.
On
I
video?
didn't have a lawyer.
On video camera?
No.
I mean, it was,
Did you know what day the first appearance was?
let's see. Okay, so it was Judge Wolf, and it was June the 6th, 2022.
Do you remember a distinguished gentleman with white hair as a
No.
judge,
I
man?
didn't go see no.
Solid gray hair, kind of skinny.
No, I swear to God, I ain't seen nobody.
Yeah, because it's,
Time.
first appearance, it says, he signed it, and it says homeless, and it just says pro se.
Your Honor, we will not object to a reset, even a short reset based on the officer's availability, before we can go ahead and allow her to address bond and go ahead and make sure that we have the necessary documents in the court before we can have the public defender appointed.
So right now, it's a $5,000 bond. There's,
5K?
so let me see what this, it's a 22 CP, excuse me, 209604 Charlotte Wood, 299 days without indictment. There's a $5,000 good bond, possession of marijuana, fear evasion, and drug-related objects. It's got 3,000 on the marijuana and 1,000 on fair evasion and 1,000 on drug-related objects. And of course, stay away from MARTA and things like that. I don't know how, Jesus.
Just for your reset, Your Honor, if I ask the officer, is a better day that you're available to testify?
Any
Is a
day.
day that you're not available,
Just not Mondays.
not Mondays.
And can you please make it in the afternoon?
So, okay, not Mondays, afternoon, 1 o'clock, we might can do that.
So I mean, we could address bond, but Ms. Watts, it's into April, isn't it?
I can handle the prelim right now. This
Yeah.
is very basic. Ask 5 questions each or whatever, and this one, I mean, PC, if it needs to be found, I don't have any objection to that. Does the state have an objection to a UJR in this case? I'm not saying the state needs to consent. Does the state object vociferously to a UJR in this case?
I do not have no objections, and I would defer to the court in regards
The
to.
potato would be on you, right? Judge?
Right. So here's the thing. Are there any, Ms. Jackson, did you see any holds? I mean, you said there's current probation. So that we just make sure that Ms. Woods is fully informed.
And is that for the record that he have said he'll waive and will?
No, he said we'll just do a quick prelim.
Okay, you said 5, okay, just want to make sure.
No, not 5. I didn't mean literally.
I understand, okay.
I think he's just talking about something down at how hard it's,
Yeah.
Ms. Jackson, are there holds? I know you said there was a probation or something. I mean,
There were none listed in the GCIC, Your Honor.
No holds.
okay, so we'll just go ahead with this. Obviously be like, kind of down under, I mean, it's not super complicated. And that way we won't have to bring this officer back and
We can handle the other bond.
we can handle her bond issue. All right.
Judge Manning,
Yes, ma'am.
excuse me, can you look at the jail booking? They had a note in there.
All right, let me go back.
You go on the jailing.
All right, let me go in here. Gotcha, let's see. And click on the booking number.
Yes, and I don't know how long she was there.
Oh, that's my supposed to come.
Okay.
You don't know.
Were you in a hospital before?
They sent me down there.
Who sent you down there?
She just told him.
The jail did?
I think the jail did.
You had a lawyer who like filed a a form of any kind or motion to the judge ex parte? You see any open cases that have that?
But said it has returned back from,
We see it, yes.
yeah.
You remember being in front of a lawyer explaining to you, hi, I'm filing a motion? Would the jail be able to just send someone to?
I mean, has returned, so I don't know if you originally went.
How long were you at the hospital?
It's like one day,
Oh, a day.
yeah, and they sent me back. Then they sent me to another hospital. After that, then jail. I don't know too much about these hospitals. But I know they did.
Okay. Ms. Collins says she doesn't see any.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, the filings here, there's like the booking, the first appearance, the bond. I mean, that's the only thing that's here, the only documents that are here. The commitment, assessment, first appearance action, and bond order. No, I mean, that's the only thing that's scanned here on this.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, so how soon can you guys get over this? Because I think there's going to be a residential issue.
That is, according to my potential or current client, it's my understanding that Ms. Woods could live with her sister, but I haven't been able to confirm that in any kind of hard way. I do.
You got an address for your sister that you could give to?
All I know is Grady home.
You don't know that specific address?
What'd she say?
Grady home.
Yeah, okay. But you could get it? You think you could get it before?
No, all I know is the address.
You have your sister's phone number?
No, I don't have a phone number.
So, okay.
And
Do you know an apartment number?
Mm.
Okay.
And I know we're proceeding just for the record and just for we can, I know she says pro se here. The public defenders has been properly appointed for.
Well,
her.
no, right now he's just we're at a point.
Make sure, just for.
He's stepping in today.
Okay.
For a simple place of this or what have you, because they can't even do any kind of checks, but he is stepping up admirably to do the right thing.
Yes.
For this, okay, we'll work out the other logistics. All right, let's go ahead on the PC so we can get everybody out here.
Officer, please state your name and spell it for the record. I don't think she was sworn in.
Oh, raise your right hand. Sorry, you swear for, yeah, she was.
Okay.
I think she's done all that, hasn't you? Yeah.
Yes, just making sure. It's been a few minutes. Officer Pfeiffer, where are you currently employed?
Yes, I'm Marta Police Department.
Were you employed with them on June 5th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
How did you become aware of Charlotte Woods?
I became aware of Miss Woods by being on patrol at the Georgia State train station. She fare evaded. She pushed through the handicap gate while I was on train patrol.
And what was your next steps?
I actually stopped Miss Woods and asked her for her breeze card and also any type of identification that she had on her. But she didn't have a breeze card, nor did she have or want to give us her name or ID.
What was your next steps?
We detained her in handcuffs and proceeded to the staff room to try to find out who she was.
And did you do a search incident to lawful arrest?
The initial search produced a bag of marijuana, which was located in the little tiny pocket of her jeans. And search incident to arrest, I found in a pouch that was in her belongings, 9 additional baggies of marijuana, individually wrapped.
And what is your training in regards to illegal drugs?
The training that Marta provided us, basically based on my knowledge and based on other cases that I've had presented and set forth before the court before. So.
And You also have a warrant for possession and use of drug-related products. Why was that written?
Also search incident to arrest, there was a silver color pipe found with a burnt Brillo pad that had a white like residue.
And according to your knowledge, training, and experience, what did you believe that was for?
I believe that it was used to inhale crack cocaine.
Did you see anything inside of the pipe?
It was a white sticky residue.
What county did this occur in?
Fulton.
Were you post certified at the time of this investigation?
Yes,
And was your body cam on during this time?
yes,
Do you see Miss Charlotte Woods in the courtroom?
yes, I do.
Can you please describe her article of clothing she is wearing?
She is wearing a gray undershirt with a blue gel shirt on top.
Once you retrieve or obtain illegal drugs, what is the policy for what you're supposed to do next?
Well, immediately I secure it and I place it in a clear baggie. I secure it with evidence tape and sign my name across the seal to make sure that it's not tampered with. And then I submit it into evidence.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Cho,
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Were you in plain clothes this day or on regular patrol?
Full uniform.
Okay, and was there anyone else working with you for MARTA Police Department on this incident date?
Yes.
Did they have to write any reports in this case?
No.
Okay, and did they have any assistance with you? Did they provide any assistance with you for the arrest in this case?
No.
Okay. When you were monitoring the turnstiles, were you on a different level, same level of the MARTA station?
I was slightly higher up in the stairwell looking at the fare gates.
Okay, and you had a clear and unobstructed view?
Yes, sir.
And approximately, I'm not trying to pin you down, but approximately how far away was that?
Maybe about 20 feet.
Okay, and all this is recorded on body camera?
Yes.
Okay, you approached Ms. Woods. There was no issue as far as her detention?
No, she was just disorderly and a little combative. Like she was a little firecracker.
Okay, I get you. No one was injured ultimately in this case?
No.
Okay. Was she handcuffed before she was sent to the back room, staff room?
Yeah, she was detained once she didn't want to provide any type of ID.
Okay. When she was walked over to the staff room, were there any other officers inside the staff room?
No.
Okay. And was that the location where any marijuana was located?
Yes.
Okay, and same question for the silver pipe.
Yes.
If you know, what was the total weight of the marijuana in this case?
I do not have the weight because the evidence was secured, but we were at a different location than my main hub, so we didn't have a scale to actually weigh the marijuana.
Okay. Were you the officer who took out warrants in this case?
Yes.
And you took out a warrant for misdemeanor marijuana, is that correct?
Yes.
And that is based on the weight being less than an ounce? Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Are there cameras inside the staff room independent from the body camera?
No.
Okay. And once the evidence is bagged and sent to the next step, are you informed at any time whether or not the actual drug is tested?
No.
Okay. And at this time, are you aware if it's tested positive or not?
I'm unaware.
Okay. I appreciate you a lot, officer. I don't have any further questions.
anything else from the state?
Nothing at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, officer. Stay safe out there.
Thank you.
Right, argument.
Judge, we'll submit on the evidence.
All right, probable cause on all three of your charges are found. You've already heard from pretrial, so go ahead with your bond argument.
Judge, it does appear as though Ms. Woods does have a good address. I did get a good recommendation from my colleague in the audience. This is a suggestion to the court. We'll defer to the court's wisdom and judgment, of course. The court would consider UJR upon verification of an address. I'm gonna try to work with some people and try to get an investigator to find Ms. Wood's sister at Grady Homes. That's the best person I can find for you.
Yeah.
I do think that we're talking about misdemeanor marijuana, a pipe, and $2.50 that Marta did not actually lose because the train did not actually, my client did not actually go off on the train in this case, it appears. Being a veteran of evening court, Your Honor, I think you've been hearing lately how there has been significant delays with the tests of the drugs.
Right.
So I don't think this will be a top priority for the state, not words in the mouth of the state. That would be a defense suggestion, nothing further.
All right, anything from you?
Nothing at all, Your Honor.
All right, let's see. So, yeah, for some reason it says it was changed to felony marijuana, but that was just on what the wording, because it was more than announced, but they haven't even weighed it. And if it was in packaging, it was barely overannounced. So I'll do UJR on all of these. Yeah, I know you're not officially in. Does somebody want to do a ex parte or?
What?
I just sent an email out this one and said, please look at it.
Just so I'm clear, Your Honor, will Ms. Woods be released?
Yeah, and just, will you be able to give Mr. Cho enough information to provide an address? Or enough information to get in touch with or somebody?
Well, I can get in touch. I think I can get in touch with my baby sister.
You know her number?
Yeah, I know her number, but
What
the
is
ones
it?
I'm talking about, understand. 414-808-3615.
808-361. I'm gonna call it right now, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's see, so we'll, UJR, all of them, 299 days. A lawyer with an indictment.
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, is that through the jail?
Yeah, I'm sure somebody be like, who, I don't know. Anyway, I just emailed, Miss Willis and said, look at this, because maybe this is something y'all can do away with fairly quickly. All her other history in Fulton County, it looks like it was like criminal trespass, homeless type issues. All right, so you just need to stay away from that Georgia State MARTA station, okay?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm gonna see no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons.
Drugs, no alcohol. I don't even do all that stuff. There was a whole
I
bunch of
know,
guys.
I know. As when you just need to provide an address where you're living, okay?
You understand? You gotta provide an address of where you're living?
Where you'll be living. That's part of your condition to get out, is we gotta just know where you're living, so we'll know how to get in touch with you, get you back to court when we need you again.
Yeah, my sister can get in touch with the one.
I'm gonna call her right now. I'm gonna text her too.
Okay,
Okay?
okay.
All right, thank you, Ms. Woods. Thank you, Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll file an entry today.
Okay, who's next?
Washington, Your Honor, that was position number 7, and that's the last night shift.
Okay.
It's actually Wilkins, the officer, Washington.
Okay, Mauricio Wilkins. The Bell Project came off. Go ahead. You go ahead and swear, man.
You swear to frame the testimony you should give to the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you. State.
Yeah, go ahead and state and spell your name for the court report. That's fine.
All right, Kenneth Washington.
All right.
KENNETH. Washington, WASHINGTON.
All right, if you hold on 1 second, so, your substitute, we just addressed bond on the last. Mauricio.
I'm a little surprised he's not out yet. because I know there was a UJR given to this whole on Wednesday by Your Honor.
Right.
I'm here for Mr. Young. I had hoped to find that he'd been released by now,
Right.
but he doesn't show his release.
Wonder who, yeah, because I just addressed it then, so we won't have to address it. I can't do anything other than UJR to the hold. I wonder why they didn't come get him. What hold? Miss Jackson, where's the hold from? On Mr. Wilkins,
Mr. Wilkins, Your Honor.
position 7.
I'm not sure. All I'm showing is that he may still be on probation in Cobb County for a misdemeanor for reckless driving. That disposition date was June the 24th, 2022, and the term is for 11 months and 20 days. And he has an additional open probation case, which should be closed. It was in Fulton County for simple assault, family violence. That case number is 21 CR 00543-1C. That disposition date was October the 26th, 2021, and the term is for 12 months. That case should be closed. He did receive first offender treatment in 2016 for theft by receiving stolen property. That case was sealed August the 3rd, 2022.
So he may know which one has a hold. He remembered from the other night. I hear too many to kind of keep up with which one.
Judge, that was a Cobb County hold.
It's okay, so it is the Cobb County hold. And it was just for reckless driving, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, let's see, this is 22 CP 211057, Mauricio Wilkins, 244 days without indictment. He did have a UJ order, the hold only set a couple nights ago on criminal damage to property in 2nd degree. Go ahead.
Were you sworn in already?
Mm.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay.
Whatever reason I'm missing it today. Sir, where are you currently employed?
Atlanta Police.
And were you employed with them on July 7th, July 30th, 2022?
I was.
And how did you become aware of Mauricio Wilkins?
Because of his mother. His mother called us to her home about him damaging the property, the window and the Xbox.
And what happened?
What happened was, according to her, his mother, he got upset because he couldn't find his iPhone. And according to her, he walked into the living room, ended up picking up the Xbox One console and threw it out the window. When he threw out the window, he broke the glass of the window, and when the Xbox hit the ground, it also damaged the Xbox. And it was also raining that night also.
Was your body cam on when you arrived?
Yes.
Did you see the broken window?
Yes.
Was the Xbox still outside at the time?
I believe, yes, it was still outside.
Was it raining when you arrived?
Yes.
Was the Xbox, what was the condition of the Xbox?
I don't know I can't remember the exact condition of it. I just know it was damaged.
You say you threw it out the window. Was it a big window? Was it?
It was just like the regular size front window.
Who was the owner of the home?
Their grandfather. His mother, father.
Paternal grandfather?
Yes.
Of the defendant?
Yes.
Was the throwing of the Xbox through the window, was that caught on any kind of video inside the home?
No. She just saw it with her own eyes.
Did you speak with her?
I did.
Was that caught on body cam?
Yes.
What was the address that this occurred at?
It was like 8 something Bolton. Can't remember the whole address, but I know it was like 8 something Bolton Place, something like that.
Did you write the arrest warrant?
Yes.
If you read the arrest warrant, would that refresh your memory?
Yes. Eight 25 Bolton Place is the address.
And what city is that in?
Atlanta.
And what is the zip code?
The zip code gonna be 30331.
And what county is that in?
Fulton.
Was anybody else in the home during this time?
Yeah, she had other kids in the home and her dad.
Did anybody else witness this incident?
No, just the mom, because they were the ones arguing.
Were you post certified during the time of this investigation?
I was.
Do you know the cost for the Xbox?
No, I do not know the exact cost of the Xbox.
Do you know the cost for the repair to the window?
No, I do not.
Do you see Mr. Wilkins in the courtroom at this time?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe an article of clothing he is wearing?
Everybody take your mask off.
He is wearing the blue Fulton County shirt that they provide for the jail with long sleeves underneath.
And the court recognized that he has positively identified the defendant.
Noted.
Did you speak to Mr. Wilkins that night?
Yes, I actually encountered him at another location while I was doing another case.
Can you please talk about that encounter?
Yes, after I finished that case at the store, it was like a criminal trespass. I actually saw him sitting down in the back of a BP gas station at 3263 Donnelly Hollowell. And when I asked him for his name, because I had a picture from his mom, and I looked at the picture and I saw him. And when I asked him for his name, he did try to run, and I actually detained him. That's when I detained him.
And how far was this BP gas station from the home?
It was like a mile and a half away.
Did his mother describe the clothing he was wearing when he left?
Yes, the mother, yes, she did. He had like a red shirt and white pants.
And when you saw him at the gas station, what was he wearing?
The same exact clothing that she described.
Were you able to detain Mr. Wilkins?
I was.
And did you speak with Mr. Wilkins after you detained him?
I did.
And what did you learn?
Well, I learned that it was him because I actually took him back to go get him get him identified by his mother, and she identified him wanting to press charges.
And did he speak with you in regards to the incident?
Not really.
And what kind of home was this? Was this a single family? Was it duplex? What kind of home was it?
It was like a single family home.
You don't know how many bedrooms it was?
No, I do not know.
Which room was this thrown out of?
It was thrown out from the living room.
No further questions, Joe.
All right, Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
So you were dispatched after the mother called, is that right?
Yes, to that goal, yeah.
Okay, did you arrive at the home by yourself or with fellow officers?
Say it again.
Did you arrive by yourself or with fellow officers?
To his home?
Yes.
No, I was by myself when I went to his house the first time.
Okay. And you did not see the throwing of the Xbox, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you receive a description of the alleged activity from anyone other than the mother?
No, just the mother.
Okay. Who was present in the room when you spoke to the mother?
The mother and her father.
Okay. And the father didn't have any commentary?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Let's see. Did you, for about how long did you speak to the mother? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall how long I spoke with the mother.
Okay. Did you learn anything about a mental health issue or a medication issue?
No, I did not.
Okay. She didn't mention that at all?
Not to me.
Was the entire conversation with the mother caught on your video, on your body cam? Sorry.
It was.
Okay. Okay, and I was going to ask you about 3263 Donnelly Hollowell. You say that's the second location where you located him, right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you entered, was there any indication of a physical struggle between Mr. Wilkins and his mother or anyone else?
Are we talking about the gas station still?
No, sorry, I'm jumping. I shouldn't have jumped around. Back at the home,
Mm-hmm.
do you have any, was furniture askew? Was it out of order, or did the room look normal, other than the broken window?
I just saw the broken window and the damaged Xbox.
Okay, so not furniture thrown all over the place or anything?
No.
Okay. Was his mother agitated and upset?
Yes.
Okay. But she didn't tell you anything about a physical struggle between her and him?
Yeah, there was no physical struggle.
Okay. Where were the children during the time you spoke to the mother and grandfather?
In their room.
Okay, but that was do you know whether that was a room that was closed off from where y'all were?
No, I don't know. I didn't go back there.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about what happened between your leaving the home the first time and your locating Mr. Wilkins.
When I left the home, I was dispatched to another call at that gas station. After I finished with that call, I turned around and I happened to see him just sitting down in the back of the gas station. That's when I confronted him, tried to ask him for his name. He got up, tried to run. I was able to grab him. My supervisor helped me. And, we detained him. And that's when I took him back to the home, get him positive identified by his mother.
Okay. Was he sitting alone when you saw him?
Yes.
Did you have any indication of his appearance other than the photo she had handed you?
The clothing that he was wearing, he had the same exact clothing that his mother said when he left the house.
Okay. Did you obtain the photo from the mother?
Yes.
Before you first left?
But no, we ran him. She gave me the first name, last name, and I was able to get a photo through that. And she identified him through the photo.
Okay, so you get the photo while you're still at the house?
No.
Sorry.
The photo is from our computer.
Yeah.
Our MDT. That's how I was able to obtain his photo from his driver's license.
Okay.
From his ID.
So you had the photo, then you saw him.
Then I asked the mother. Yeah, I asked the mother, was that him? She confirmed it was him before I left the house.
Okay. You wouldn't happen to have the photo here today?
No, not on me.
Okay. What was your plan when you left the house, not seeing that he was not present? Were you immediately called away to another matter, or was it your?
No, it was my intention was to just do the report, then go handle my other calls.
Okay. You heard nothing from any family member about any similar incidents in the past?
The mom said they got into it before. He tossed stuff around before, like also, but this time she just wanted to press charges.
Okay. And this was at the end of July, correct?
Correct.
Have you had any further conversations with the mother since that time?
Negative. I have not been back over there to that place either.
Okay. have you had any communication from the mother about her current desire with regard to the case?
Negative.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, argument. Good with this, officer?
Yes, I have no further questions for this officer. I ask that he be released, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Stay safe. All right, go ahead with your argument.
Oh, you said nothing. Your Honor, I think we've just got a misdemeanor here. No idea what the value of either the window or the Xbox is or was. And I think, there's really just absolutely nothing on that score. I think it's the kind of matter where we can't really speculate about that. Could be a refurbished Xbox, an old Xbox, a new Xbox, a larger or a smaller version. We just don't know. And similarly with the window, just absolutely nothing that we can tell about any value. So this looks to me like it would be a criminal trespass based on the damage of property.
My argument to that would be, Your Honor, it is an Xbox. Even though even if it's refurbished or not, I think we use a common sense evaluation of the situation that it is a broken window, it is an Xbox, the Xbox is in the rain, Your Honor. I believe a common sense evaluation of an Xbox can be used in regards to this situation, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think then with the breaking of the window, I think kind of talked about this the other night, we'll find enough probable cause. And so I'm still giving you that UJR to the whole because your mom wants no further violent contact. So I think there's some sort of history. So remember what I told you the other night?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You be good to your mama, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't do all that. If you get mad, go outside and take a walk, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to include this one to Miss Willis because this probably, to me, this kind of looked like a time served. Maybe you want to throw out an offer there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Somebody do one. Thank you, sir. Okay. So as soon as, if something happens, though, reach out to your lawyer, okay? Because I don't know why Cobb County hasn't came and picked you up yet. I don't know if they're just.
We'll keep a lookout, Your Honor.
Yeah, and if not, get him back on, our nighttime calendar. Because I mean, I would assume they would have already came and got him, but
Yeah, I was a little surprised.
they may only do it once a week. I don't know if it's that. Thank you, sir. Which one next?
It's going to be 88.
Who do I? Okay. All right, that Cora Derrick, Black Saford. He's gonna go ahead and swear you and get you to state your name and spell it for the court.
All right. You swear affirm the testimony you submit to the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Yes.
Say your name, spell it for the court.
Detective Brashawn Washington, BRUSHAWN, WASHINGTON.
All right, so this is position 322 CP 209299. Crow Derrick, I hope I'm spelling that, pronouncing that right, sir. Black hyphen Safford, 310 days without indictment. You got murder and possession of firearm during the commission of a felony. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Detective Washington, can you state by whom you're employed
City of College Park Police,
and what's your position there?
detective,
Okay, and how long have you been employed there?
over 3 years.
Okay, are you post-certified?
Yes.
And what division or unit are you assigned to currently?
Criminal investigations.
All right, Detective Washington, I want to call your attention to February 28th of 2022. Did you get a call to the Super 8 on that date in College Park?
Yes.
All right. Now, could you provide for the court a synopsis of the events that occurred when you arrived at that location?
I received a call of a person shot at 4979 Old National Highway. Super 8 is located in Fulton County. There was one male victim who was shot at the location. There were a few people out that they didn't witness the incident, but they were outside. I was able to locate 2 witnesses that were there during the time of the shooting. They were taken back to the station to conduct the interview.
Okay. Do you recall the address to that Super 8 location?
4979 Old National Highway.
And I know you said that that was in Fulton County, is that correct?
Yes.
So that falls within the jurisdiction of your agency?
Yes, it's City of College Park, Fulton County.
Okay. Now, what time of the day was this?
That was the time I got the call was around 6-ish in the morning, if I'm not mistaken. The actual shooting incident, I believe, took place a bit earlier.
Okay. Now, upon your arrival, you were able to locate witnesses?
Yes.
All right. How many witnesses were you able to locate?
2.
Now, these witnesses, were they firsthand witnesses or?
Yes, firsthand witnesses. They were present during the shooting incident.
Okay. Now, let's start with the first witness. Who was the first witness that you spoke with?
Miss Vanderpool.
Okay. And what, if any, relationship to this incident does or did Miss Vanderpool? And by the way, can you spell that name for the record, please?
Can I look at
Your Honor, the officer's asking to refresh from his notes.
Absolutely.
her last name is spelled Vanterpool. And
Okay.
she was the girlfriend of the victim.
Okay. And before you get into what she said, who did you identify as the victim?
The victim was Mr. Kenneth Holmes Jr., KENNETHHOLMES Jr.
Okay. And now when you spoke to Miss Vanderpool, what did she tell you?
She advised that she and Mr. Holmes were sharing a room at the location. Prior to the incident, he asked her to go get a cigarette for him from the candy lady. She went to retrieve a cigarette. They were not there. On her way back to the room, her attention was got from a vehicle. I believe it was a dark SUV. She stated she went to the vehicle because she knew the male inside. She referred to him by the nickname Country. Once she got to the vehicle, she was presented with the offer of having a relationship with Country and a female that was in the car who was identified as Blue.
All right, let me stop you a minute, Detective. Now, this person Country, were you able to positively identify who this person Country, that's referred to as Country, is?
Yes.
And who did you determine that person was?
Mr. Black Safford.
Okay. Can you spell that for the record as well?
Hold on.
You can probably look at your subpoena. It's maybe easier to find.
Yeah. His first name is spelled Kurodierick, last of Blackafford.
Okay. And you also mentioned that there was another individual in this vehicle.
Yes,
And who is that individual referred to?
Blue.
And were you able to make a positive idea of that person?
I was able to get their information. I'm still trying to confirm their information.
Okay. And through your investigation, have you been able to determine who that individual is, or maybe, and who is that?
That would be Miss Brandy Bates. Well, Brandy Bounds Bates or Bates Bounds. Hold on, me.
And can you spell that for the record as well?
Yeah. Just want to make sure I have the last name in correct order. Her last name is Bates Bounds, BATES BOUNDS, first of Brandy, BRANDI.
Okay. Now, you were saying that Ms. Vanderpool was signaled to the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, you can continue from there.
Once at the vehicle, she was advised that Blue was the girlfriend of Mr. Black Safford, or Miss Bounds, Bates Bounds was the girlfriend of Mr. Black Safford. Miss Bounds inquired about Miss Vanderpool and Mr. Black Safford's relationship because apparently they had a relationship prior to the incident. Miss Vanderpool said that was a mistake. She was done. She was trying to work it out with Mr. Holmes. That's when she was presented with the idea of being with them together. She declined. At that time, Mr. Holmes had exited the room because he was looking for Mr. Vanderpool or Miss Vanderpool because she hadn't returned yet. At which point Mr. Holmes approached Miss Vanderpool at the vehicle with Mr. Black Safford and Miss Bates Bounds. They got into an altercation, at which time Miss Bates Bounds exited the vehicle. She presented a firearm to get Mr. Holmes off Miss Vanderpool. Mr. Holmes then left their location, went back to his room to retrieve his firearm. While he was gone, the vehicle was repositioned further away from the stairs, closer to the dumpster. When Mr. Holmes was back at the location, Ms. Vanderpool said she was trying to get him to go back into the room. It was done. Miss Bates Bounds had a firearm. Holmes had a firearm. Miss Vanderpool stated later that Mr. Black Safford had a firearm. At which point, all the individuals armed began to fire, excuse me, in the air for several rounds. After several rounds were fired in the air, Miss Bates Bounds and Mr. Black Safford then aimed their firearm at Mr. Holmes. He was struck when he went down to the ground. Mr. Black Safford and Ms. Bates Bounds got into the vehicle. At this point, Mr. Black Safford was not in the passenger. He got in the driver's seat to leave the location, and they left the scene.
Okay. Now, just to back up a little, you mentioned that Miss Vanderpool and Mr. Black Safford had a relationship.
Yes.
This was an intimate relationship.
Yes.
And you also mentioned that Miss Vanderpool was propositioned, or would proposition be a better word?
Yes.
By whom was she propositioned?
Miss Bates Bounds.
Okay. Now, were you able to determine if Miss Vanderpool's current boyfriend, the victim, Mr. Holmes, was aware of Mr. Black Safford?
He was.
Okay. And were you able to determine if there had been any previous incidents between Miss Vanderpool, Mr. Holmes, and Mr. Black Safford?
The only other incident I was made aware of, I believe a couple of weeks prior to the shooting, Mr. Black Safford and Mr. Holmes actually got into a physical altercation about Miss Vanderpool. I think that may have been Mr. Holmes's first indication that they had a relationship.
Now, also, you indicated that where was the vehicle parked, or where was the position of the vehicle when Miss Vanderpool was initially approached or propositioned?
It was the backside of the hotel near the steps. It's a corner closer to the highway of the hotel.
Now, can you describe this Super 8 as far as how many floors are there, and are you able to access the rooms from outside, or do you have to make an entry to get to any of the rooms?
It's 3 floors, and the doors exit to the outside.
And what room did Miss Vanderpool and Mr. Holmes occupy? Or what floor? Do you recall what floor?
If I can refresh. I believe they stayed on the 3rd floor. I don't have an exact room number. There is a copy of the registrant. I don't have it on.
Okay, so the copy of the registrant has been preserved and it's filed and, okay. Yes. Now, you also mentioned that the vehicle that Mr. Black Safford and Miss Bates Bounds were in repositioned itself. How did you learn that?
The hotel had a CCTV system. It was not the greatest, and they were also in the middle of a shutdown when this incident happened. There was brief video of the vehicle. It was very far and grainy that the vehicle kind of turned and went. The way the hotel is positioned, it's kind of on a hill and it slants back toward the back parking lot, and you could see the vehicle lights turn around.
Okay. So you did watch the surveillance footage from the hotel?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to determine or make out or ascertain, in addition to the vehicles, individuals in that video?
From the video, the only way I can make out individuals was from the doors opening, because of the reflections. The driver and passenger door both opened during during the snippet of video that I saw, it did catch flashes coming from the vehicle. Those flashes are believed to be the gunfire of the shooting incident.
So the surveillance footage did capture the shooting.
It captured a portion of it.
Okay. And in the portion of the video that you were able to see, are you able to see all of the parties involved or just part?
You can only see Mr. Black Saffer and Miss Bates Bounds because
Okay.
they were at the vehicle.
And at that particular time, are you able to see Mr. Holmes as well in the same frame?
No.
Now, you were describing what Miss Vanderpool had stated to you. Aside from watching the surveillance video, what did Miss Vanderpool say happened when Mr. Holmes came down the stairs?
When he was upset that Miss Bates Bound had presented a firearm, he stated that he had a firearm as well. Once they, like I said, they initially fired in the air, not pointed at anyone. But after those initial shots, the two handguns were aimed at Mr. Holmes. You could tell it was different firearms being discharged because Mr. Holmes actually had a shotgun. And there were shotgun shells near him and there were handgun shells near the dumpster.
Okay. Did Miss Vanderpool state at any time that Mr. Holmes aimed or pointed his weapon at anyone?
No.
Did Miss Vanderpool, was she able to determine of the two individuals firing at Mr. Holmes, was she able to determine who actually fired first?
She stated that Miss Bates Bounds and Black Safford were the ones who fired at Mr. Holmes. As far as the upward shots, she didn't advise.
Okay. Now, you also stated, but was she able to determine of the two, Miss Bound Bates and Mr. Holmes, who fired first?
She did.
Now, did she determine or did she say who fired first between all of the parties? The two individuals with the handgun and Mr. Holmes. Was she able to determine or say which of those three individuals fired first?
In the air, or because she stated Mr. Holmes did not aim his firearm at anyone. It was Bates Bounds and Black Safford who oriented their weapons towards Mr. Holmes.
Okay.
She stated once they were oriented to Mr. Holmes, he just fell to the ground.
Okay. Now, you also stated that there was another witness to this incident. And who was that witness identified as?
It was Miss Chastity Brookings.
And can you spell that for the
CHASITY BROOKINS.
And did you speak to her or did other officers speak to her?
I was able to speak to her as well.
Okay. And what did Miss Brookins tell you?
Miss Brookings advised most of the same story as Miss Vanderpool. The only difference was Miss Brookings stated when the shooting started, she ducked.
And was she able to say who fired first or who fired at or pointed at anyone first?
She wasn't.
Now, were you able to speak with Mr. Black Safford?
Excuse me. I was not, but detectives were, and I reviewed the interview.
Okay. And how long after this incident was Mr. Black Safford, was contact when made with him by the College Park Police Department?
It was a few months. I believe he was arrested sometime in May for my warrants. The incident happened at the end of February. I had no contact with Mr. Black Safford prior to him being arrested.
Okay.
I tried a few addresses. I tried some phone numbers, but I was not able to get in contact with him.
Okay, so you were actively searching for Mr. Black Safford?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what kind of contact did you make? Was this a formal interview, in-person interview that detectives made with Mr. Black
Yes, it
Safford?
was an informal interview. He was actually apprehended out of state in Mississippi and brought back to Georgia. And an interview was conducted when he got back.
Okay, so he was arrested on a fugitive warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your review of this, and this interview was memorialized by recording, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to review that recording?
Yes.
And what was Mr. Black Safford's explanation as to the events that occurred on that date?
He denied being at the location at all. He advised he heard of it and he knew the victim. He denied being at the Super 8. He stated he was at an adjacent hotel, which is literally next door. And that was the extent of his, he wasn't involved.
In that interview, was Mr. Black Safford advised or told that there was potentially surveillance footage of the incident?
Yes.
And what was his response?
I believe he advised if you have me on camera, then his fate is in the hands of God, I believe.
Okay. And did he make any other statements as far as the events surrounding the events that occurred that date?
He did not. I had the detectives ask for the female or his girlfriend's name. He did not provide a last name, but he did provide the first name, Brandy. So that let me know Miss Bates Bounds was I was pointed in the right direction with the other suspect in the case.
Okay. Now, is the investigation still active and current?
Yes, I am still looking into Miss Bates Bounds.
Okay. Now, at any time during the interview with Mr. Black Safford, did he ever invoke the defense of self-defense?
No, he stated he wasn't even in the vicinity of the incident.
Did he ever admit or deny that he had a gun and fired a gun?
He did not. He stuck with his story that he wasn't there.
Okay. And was Mr. Black Safford advised, or do you know if Mr. Black Safford was asked if he knew Miss Vanderpool?
Yes.
And was he advised that Miss Vanderpool had indicated or implicated him in this incident on that date?
He was. He did.
And that did his position change any?
No, I believe he stated she's not credible. I don't know why y'all believe in her. To paraphrase.
Now, were you able to get a copy of the occupancy, the occupants of the Super 8 on that date at that time?
For the rooms involved, I was. I don't have copies, but there are. I did make copies of the particular rooms. Mr. Holmes, And the Mr. Black Safford didn't have a room registered to him, but he was supposedly staying with another gentleman.
And where'd you get that information?
From the front office of the hotel.
Okay, so would it be accurate to say that the management at that hotel knows Mr. Black Safford?
They could have. It has since had new management.
Okay. And were you able to locate the individual that Mr. Black Safford was staying with at the Super 8?
He was actually on scene when officers arrived.
And did officers speak with him?
They briefly, they did. That male provided an Instagram for the female that was involved, Blue. That Instagram turned out not to be a correct Instagram. That led me to another female. So I looked into her. She was ruled out because a photo lineup was done with that female. She wasn't identified. So I had to do a little further digging to get Miss Bates Bounds.
Okay. Now, I know you mentioned earlier that Miss Vanderpool and Mr. Black Safford had a previous relationship.
Yes.
Is that correct? You also mentioned that Mr. Holmes and Mr. Black Safford had an altercation previously.
Yes.
And I don't recall if you indicated why they had that altercation.
It was in reference to Miss Vanderpool, her relationship with Mr. Black Safford.
So did Miss Vanderpool have a relationship with both these gentlemen at the same time?
Yes.
And would it be accurate to say that Mr. Holmes learned that Miss Vanderpool was seeing Mr. Black Safford as well?
Yes.
And would it also be accurate to say that that knowledge fueled some animosity between Mr. Holmes and Mr. Black Safford?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, John.
Cross? Good morning, Detective Washington. I'm Angela Clark and I represent Mr. Black Sanford.
Morning.
You saw out the warrants that we have in this case, correct?
Yes.
But the police report was written by Officer Evans, K. Evans. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that? A male, female, what?
Male.
Okay. Do you know the first name?
I do not know his first name.
Okay. And isn't it true that Ms. Vanderpool said that she had been cheating on Mr. Holmes with who she called Country, my client, correct? For a few months in the past?
I'm not sure the length of the relationship, but yes, she had a relationship with him while still with Mr. Holmes.
Okay, and if the police report says for the past few months, that would be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke to Ms. Vanderpool, correct?
Yes.
And so did Officer Evans, correct?
Yes.
And according to Ms. Vanderpool, she was approached by a light-skinned female in a car saying something about her body parts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Vanderpool also told you that her current boyfriend, Mr. Holmes, came out of the room and saw them conversing, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderpool and Blue.
Yes.
And Blue was the girlfriend of my client, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he saw the encounter between the two females, correct?
He saw the encounter between two females, and Mr. Black Safford.
Okay. Okay, what did Mr. Black Sanford, what was his involvement in this communication between the two ladies? What did he have to say?
From Ms. Vanderpool, he introduced Blue as his girlfriend. That's how it was known that she was the girlfriend of Mr. Black Safford.
Okay.
And from my knowledge, that's the only words he had to say while the females were talking.
Okay, thank you. Isn't it true that Vanderpool said that Blue retrieved a firearm from her vehicle?
Yes.
And she also said that she began pointing the firearm at Holmes, correct?
She did.
And she further stated that Vanderpool stated that Holmes went upstairs to his room or their room to retrieve a firearm, correct?
Yes.
And then he came back down with the firearm, correct?
Yes.
And when Holmes came back down with his firearm, didn't Vanderpool say that Blue pointed a firearm at him, Holmes?
She did.
Okay. And Ms. Vanderpool also stated that Blue discharged multiple rounds towards Holmes, correct?
Yes. And she also stated that Mr. Black Safford also had a firearm and fired at Mr. Holmes.
I don't see that anywhere in Mr. Evans, Officer Evans' report. Can you show me where that is said? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
This is the conversation between them. Can you refresh your memory by looking over the report and seeing where Vanderpool said that Mr. Black Stanford had a firearm in his hands?
She didn't state it at the scene because there were other people around. When we got back to the station and I had an interview, she informed me, she said Country had a firearm as well, but I didn't want to say anything around all those people because I still have to live out there. So
she lied to the officer. She said that there was an exchange of firearms or fired between Holmes and Blue, correct?
yes, and Mr. Black Safford.
Well, she didn't state that to this officer, correct? Because he didn't write it down.
Yes, that was on, Officer Evans spoke to her on scene. Like I said, with multiple people outside of the hotel. Ms. Vanderpool didn't feel comfortable. She felt more comfortable at the station in the interview.
I understand. My question was, she lied to Officer Evans, correct? That's what you're saying, right?
No, I'm saying she gave me more information upon leaving the site of the scene.
Okay, so it's true that when Ms. Vanderpool stated to the officer that Vanderpool stated that Blue discharged multiple rounds to Holmes and Holmes discharged his firearm as well, correct?
Yes.
That's true.
Yes.
And it says that Blue struck Holmes in the head with a bullet. So that was true as well.
Yes.
Okay. And that Vanderpool stated that after Blue struck Holmes, she then fled the scene in a dark colored vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And at no time did she tell Officer Evans that my client, Black Stanford, had a firearm or fired a firearm, correct?
Not to Officer Evans.
Okay. And when you retrieved the shell casings, what caliber firearms were they?
Can I refresh?
Yes, yes, please.
9mm and 12 gauge.
So in your testimony and your direct, you said that Mr. Holmes, the victim in this case, had a shotgun. Would that be the 12 gauge?
Yes.
And that, so you're saying that Mr. Black Stanford and Blue both had 9mm? That's why it's the same?
Handguns.
Okay, well, okay. So the police report from Officer Evans says that both of the firearms were located at this establishment and CID confiscated. So what two firearms were confiscated?
Mr. Holmes's firearm, a search warrant was done for their room. When officers arrived on scene, there was no firearm by Mr. Holmes. We went to his room to execute a search warrant because that seemed like the most probable place his firearm would be. Upon executing that search warrant, Mr. Holmes's firearm was located.
The shotgun?
Yes,
specifically?
the shotgun, and I believe there was another firearm in the room.
Another handgun of some sort?
I believe so. I would have to, I don't have the search warrant in front of me.
Okay. So Officer Evans also spoke to Chastity Brookins as well, correct?
Yes.
And he said that Brookins and Vanderpool's stories were matching up until Brookins stated that she observed Holmes approach Blue and began to strangle her. Did you ask them about that, Vanderpool?
Well, yes. And Holmes actually approached Vanderpool, and that was the physical altercation.
Okay. So according to the other witness, Chastity Brookins, the people with the firearms were, according to Officer Evans' rendition from Vanderpool, was between Vanderpool and Blue. I'm sorry, Holmes and Blue, correct?
Yes, from the initial report.
So Chastity also lied about what initially happened?
You asking me what she stated to Officer Evans?
Yes, that was not true either.
I can't state whether it was true or not. I know that's what she told him on the initial report. And when we got in the interview room away from all the occupants of the Super 8,
okay,
that's when I had my interview.
Okay, so Chastity Brookins changed her story when you got her to the interview room as well? Is that what you're saying?
Well, she only told me she didn't see who was shooting because she ducked.
Okay. So she lied to Officer Evans as well as saying that she had seen everything up until, according to him, the strangulation of Ms. Vanderpool.
If she only told me she saw the exchange, and once gunfire started, she ducked.
Okay. So how do you determine that Mr. Black Stanford is the guilty party when, according to Vanderpool, it was between Blue and Holmes? How did you determine that he was the one that shot someone?
She also stated that Mr. Black Stanford had a firearm and did fire the firearm at the victim.
But she also stated to the police officer that Blue exchanged shots with Mr. Holmes. Didn't she not?
Yes, she
So how did you?
She also stated that to me, that Blue, Ms. Bates Bounds, and Mr. Black Safford shot in the direction of Mr. Holmes.
So how did you determine what was the truth? If she's telling Officer Evans that Blue and Holmes are firing shots at each other, not my client, but they're firing shots at each other, and then she goes to the police department and says something different. How did you determine what was the truth?
That is when I went to make attempts to contact Mr. Black Safford to get his side of the story.
Okay.
And I was unsuccessful in speaking to him until he was in custody.
So you have, the only evidence you have is that Vanderpool says that Blue and her boyfriend Holmes were firing at each other. And then she says, when she gets to the police department, that Blue and her boyfriend were firing at Mr. Holmes and that he never fired at them. That's what you have at this time. Okay. And what exactly is the cause of death of Mr. Holmes?
The gunshot wound.
Where? Where does it land?
To the head.
Okay. And is it the front of the head, the back of the head, the side of the head? What did the autopsy show?
I don't have the autopsy report.
It's been over a year.
And I concur.
And you haven't reviewed the autopsy report to find out the cause of death?
I have not received a copy of it. It has been requested, but I have not received a copy.
So for all you know, Mr. Holmes accidentally shot himself when he was shooting up in the air, correct?
No.
Why could that not be your scenario? Since he was firing a firearm, why couldn't he have gotten shot?
But because of the evidence collected from the crime scene and the photographs taken by the photographer, it wasn't at the top of his head, the gunshot wound.
Okay. So we're getting closer. So what did you observe when you observed the pictures? As far as the gunshot wound?
It appeared to come from a straight on view. It wasn't from directly above.
Okay. But you don't remember what part of his head was struck with a bullet? You couldn't tell?
Can I?
Yes, you can review your notes.
The right front of the head.
The front of the head on the right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Officer Evans also found out from Ms. Chastity Brookins that Blue, who she said was able to get away from Holmes to retrieve her firearm, and Holmes was able to retrieve his firearm, and that they shot at each other. Isn't that what she told Officer Evans? Multiple rounds. Yes, you can look.
It states he has his hands around her neck. I'm not.
Yes, but I'm talking about the exchange of the firearms, the last two sentences where she says Blue went and got her firearm and Holmes went and got his firearm, and they both exchanged multiple rounds.
Yes.
That's what she told Officer Evans, correct?
Yes.
And does the video show Mr. Black Stanford out of the vehicle at any time, the videos that you watched?
It shows just the passenger door and driver door open.
Okay, but it doesn't show anyone exiting.
They're kind of standing at the door.
Okay. And did Miss Chastity Brookins change her statement after you took her down to the police station to speak with you, or whoever the detective was?
Yeah, she spoke with me. She she advised the same account as Vanderpool up until the actual shooting event, and she just said she ducked. She didn't see anything.
Okay, and is it normal practice in a homicide case when witnesses are on the scene for you guys to just talk to them among other people? You don't take them to the side to question someone who said they were a witness?
Yes, that's why they were taken to the station.
But Evans didn't take them to the station.
No, he was the initial officer. On a serious injury scene, it can get chaotic. As I stated earlier, we were missing the firearm from the victim that we had to go retrieve. So, and understandably, Ms. Vanderpool was very upset the morning of the incident. So she had to be kind of consoled. So that brought more people around. She stated to me in the interview that she felt more comfortable without everybody around and told me what happened.
So that's why she lied to the initial officer.
I believe
that she was so upset that she lied about who actually killed him.
I don't think she lied. I believe she didn't feel safe or comfortable still residing at the hotel with the individuals that were out there. Mr. Black Safford actually stayed out there and had family members out there. So she didn't feel comfortable talking on scene in front of everybody who can hear what she's saying. Because again, the doors to the hotels open outward. There is no inner breezeway or area to be kind of private. Once she got to the station with me, she still was visibly upset. She had to be consoled. And once we were able to get her calmed down, we proceeded with the interview.
So you don't consider two different stories to be two different police officers as being lying?
It wasn't two different stories. She stated that she didn't state information in front of people because she was concerned for her safety.
Okay. So Blue did not have a firearm. That was a lie?
No, she stated Blue had a firearm.
Okay. So the lie was that Mr. Black Stanford didn't have any firearm. That was the lie.
I didn't say she lied. She didn't feel comfortable giving Officer Evans information in front of the other residents of the hotel while on scene.
Okay. And Officer Evans, he did have a body cam on, correct?
Yes.
And that has been preserved, right? And the statements from Vanderpool and Brookins was also recorded, correct?
Yes.
And what type of firearm was found in their room other than the shotgun?
I don't have a copy of the search warrant, so I don't have the inventory on me.
So has anyone checked ballistics to see if that firearm was used with those shell casings that you were able to retrieve from the crime scene?
I believe the firearms were test fired. I don't have the results, but that would be with my CSI tech.
Okay. So you have a warrant out for Blue as well, correct?
Not at the moment.
And why is that? Since obviously your witness, Vanderpool, said that Blue shot at and in the direction of Mr. Holmes and may have killed him. Why don't you have a warrant for her?
I have to get a positive ID or ID confirmation.
I see. Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else?
Yes, just a few. Your Honor.
Okay.
So Detective Washington, Ms. Clark has asked you about statements that were made by witnesses on the scene.
Yes.
Can you describe for the court, well, is this your first homicide?
The first one I was assigned, yes.
Okay. Now, you were assigned as the lead in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
So is it common that in a homicide investigation that the lead investigator is the only one that questions potential witnesses?
Yes.
Listen to the question. Is it common that, well, let me rephrase the question. Is it common that other responding officers possibly would question witnesses prior to the lead investigator?
Oh, yes.
And is it also common that witnesses will appear reluctant to divulge certain information while still on the scene?
Yes.
Now, as to Ms. Vanderpool, did Ms. Vanderpool well, you had an opportunity to review this case prior to this hearing, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you read or see or hear anything that indicated that Ms. Vanderpool ever said that Mr. Black Safford never had a gun?
No.
Even while she was on scene, did she ever say?
Oh, yes. The initial incident report, she didn't mention a firearm in reference to Mr. Black Safford.
But she didn't say he didn't have one, is that correct?
She didn't say that.
Now, how many people did you conduct a formal interview with?
2.
And who were they?
Ms. Vanderpool and Ms. Brookings.
Okay. And was a formal interview conducted of Mr.
Actually 3, once Mr. Black Safford was
arrested?
Yes.
And you participated in that interview?
I did not. I put questions up. When he was actually apprehended, I'm not in the office. And he needed to be talked to immediately. So I had questions that I provided to the detectives.
And you viewed that interview?
Yes.
Recording?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Black Safford in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you describe him and point him out?
Everybody remove their masks.
He is the gentleman to my left with the blue jumpsuit, white undershirt, beard and fade or a low haircut.
Hey, Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness picked out the defendant.
All right, noted.
Now, also, is it common that witnesses will give statements, or is it common that witnesses give more than one statements
Yes.
in homicide investigations?
Yes.
So it's not unusual that Ms. Vanderpool gave a statement on the scene and then consented to a in-person interview.
No, that's not unusual.
Now, also, Ms. Clark asked about why Ms. Bates Bounds hasn't been charged. Is this investigation still open and active?
Yes.
So it's not a closed case?
No.
Now, also, Ms. Clark asked about an altercation when Mr. Holmes came down the stairs. Who was that altercation with?
Ms. Vanderpool and Mr. Holmes.
Okay, so it wasn't an altercation between Blue and Mr. Holmes?
No.
Now, when Blue retrieved her firearms when Holmes and Vanderpool got into their altercation, were you able to determine or ascertain why she did that?
No, I would object to cause for speculation. He hasn't even spoken to Blue. I'm sorry. It calls for speculation. He hasn't even spoken to the person known as Blue.
He spoke to an individual that was there, an eyewitness that was there, who is Miss Vanderpool, Your Honor.
Yes, but that wasn't the question from Ms. Vanderpool.
Yeah, do you want to just rephrase your question?
Did Ms. Vanderpool offer any explanation as to why when she and Mr. Holmes got into the altercation that Blue retrieved a handgun?
Your Honor, I object, it calls for speculation. How is Vanderpool supposed to speculate as to why?
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay, rephrase.
Did Ms. Vanderpool state that she heard Miss,
I'm going to object to him asking for hearsay.
we're in a preliminary, Your Honor.
Yeah, hearsay's allowed in the prelim.
Did Ms. Vanderpool state that she heard Blue say anything when Blue retrieved her weapon initially?
Yes.
What did she say?
She stated that, and to paraphrase, she, that wasn't going to go down in front of her, and you have the wrong, bitch.
You can say it, we're all
Okay.
adults, it's okay.
You have the wrong bitch.
And we're not good spellers, so.
So would it be accurate to say that Blue was coming to the aid of Ms. Vanderpool?
Yeah, again, I'm going to object, he's asking him to speculate.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, was there Miss Clark asked about weapons that was found in Mr. Holmes's room?
Yes.
You indicated that it was a shotgun and a handgun?
I'm not sure of the additional firearm. I would have to review the search warrant. But
Now-
one of the firearms was a shotgun.
Okay. Now, you did go to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to observe where the different rounds or shell casings were located?
Yes.
Was there anything that you saw that indicated that Mr. Holmes fired or had any other weapon other than that shotgun?
No.
Do you recall how many rounds? Now, at the location where the car was parked, do you recall how many spent shell casings were found in that area?
I can.
Your Honor, he's asking to refresh.
I could, sorry, can see him over here, but not quite everything he's doing.
There was a mixture, but it appears to be 6 to 22. Uh, 16 shell casings.
Okay. Now, that's 16 shell casings from a handgun, is that correct?
Yes, 9mm shell casing.
Okay. And you said there were a mixture, is that correct?
Yes, it's between Blazer 9mm and Extreme 9mm.
Okay. And now, would that be an indication or indicative that there were two different handguns or at least two guns used?
Your Honor, again, I'm gonna object, calls for speculation.
You said Blazer 9mm?
Yes.
And what was the other one?
Extreme 9mm.
Could those have been fired from the same gun?
Yes.
And could they have been fired from two different guns?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, no further questions, John.
Any follow-up?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Washington, you guys are trained on how to write police reports, correct?
Yes.
And he asked you about reluctant witnesses. Would you guys not note in your written report that someone was uncooperative or reluctant to speak to the officer? Would you not note that?
It's common practice to note it.
Okay, and he asked you if Ms. Vanderpool ever said that my client didn't have a gun, correct?
Yes.
And your response was that she didn't say that he did have a gun, and she didn't say he didn't have a gun, right? She didn't say anything about Mr. Black Stanford having a gun or not having a gun.
In the initial report, no.
Okay, and in your, how long have you been a police officer?
Now 13 years.
Okay, so you were a police officer before you were a detective, because you said that was only about 3 years, right? So in your vast experience as a police officer, you run into a lot of witnesses that say one thing at one point and then change their story later on, correct?
Yes.
And as a detective, it's up to you to try to figure out what the truth is, correct?
Yes.
And if you have more than one witness saying the same story, you tend to believe it, correct?
Yes.
And you're saying that you haven't closed this case because you haven't been able to identify Blue or Brandy, whoever she is, correct?
Yes.
And what efforts have you done in order to find her, whoever she is?
I went to the addresses on file for her, tried the phone numbers that I located, possible places of employment. I was hopeful that Mr. Black Safford would have more information, being that it was his girlfriend. The only thing he could provide was her first name.
What about a driver's license? You check with the DMV to find out if you.
Yeah, that was the address that I got from, because she actually has, when I first found her, it was all Tennessee information.
Okay.
I was able to locate Georgia information. And I've tried several addresses, phone numbers.
I guess my concern is about the photograph. You need to get a photograph so that someone could ID her, correct?
Yes.
You were able to get a photograph from the driver's license, correct?
Yes.
So why haven't you done a photo array using the driver's license?
The driver's license picture is very different than Miss Bates Bounds. She had a significant weight loss. So she does not look like her driver's license picture.
I see. Okay. The prosecutor asked you about the conversation Vanderpool was having with Holmes. And then she said that Blue said that it wasn't going to go down that way.
Yes.
And that's when a firearm was produced by Blue?
Yes.
And is that when Holmes went to get his firearm?
Yes.
And he came back with the shotgun?
Yes.
Okay. He asked you about the shell casings. You do make drawings, correct?
Yes.
Crime scene drawings?
Yes.
And you do know note where the shell casings are found, correct?
Yes.
So we could see that now if we wanted to see where shell cases were at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Can you show it to us?
I don't have it with me, but
No.
in the supplement done by the CSI Tech, the 9mm shell casings were down the hill from the victim, which would be closer to the dumpster.
So the shell casings were predominantly down the hill near the dumpster.
Yeah, all the 9mm shell casings were oriented around the dumpster. The shotgun shells were near the victim.
Okay, and the victim was not down by the dumpster, he's up higher up?
Yes.
And his shotgun pellets or whatever, are they seen? Whatever the shotgun, doesn't it spew out pellets once it blasts the shotgun?
You're referring to the actual projectile? Yes.
Okay, so where was that found?
There were none. There were no spent rounds found on the scene.
So you're saying that Mr. Holmes didn't fire his gun into the air?
He did.
So then why weren't there someone picked him up?
No,
I don't understand.
There were no 9mm projectiles found on the ground, and there were no 12-gauge projectiles found on the ground.
Well, not the projectiles, but you found the shell casings, which indicated that a projectile was discharged, right? Something was discharged from the firearm, right?
Yes.
And the shotgun, something was discharged as well, right?
Yes.
And what do you expect to find once you fire the shotgun? I don't know.
At the velocity that the projectile comes out of the barrel, it could land far away.
I see.
So I don't know if they were oriented directly up, what degree it was, but it could have landed in the woods. I was just trying to, for clarification, there were no 9mm projectiles found, shot from the handguns when they were fired up, and there were no projectiles found from shotgun. Nothing landed straight down.
But you know that there were at least 16 rounds of a 9mm shot fired. Okay. And your crime investigation team would have taken photographs and made a drawing so everybody will know where the shell casings were found.
Yes.
And Ms. Vanderpool or someone that knew Ms. Vanderpool took the shotgun and put it back into their room, correct?
Yes.
Was this before the police arrived?
Yes.
And Ms. Vanderpool, she was the one that was upset.
Yes.
But she had enough presence of mind to take the firearm back up to the hotel room.
She didn't remove the firearm.
Oh, who did she say removed the firearm?
She gave a name, but it was just a nickname.
And how was he able to get into their room? She gave him the key as well?
No, the room was open.
Oh, thank you.
Anything else?
Not further from state, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for this officer?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, officer. Stay safe out there. And thank you, everyone.
Rest, Your Honor.
All right, argument, thanks for being so patient. You folks too, thank y'all for being patient. All right, go with the argument.
That first, Your Honor?
Good.
So, Your Honor, the state is asking in this case that the court find probable cause based on the detective's testimony, Your Honor. There's two on-scene direct eyewitnesses who stated that Mr. Black Sayford was there, stated in a formal in-person interview recorded and preserved that Mr. Blacksafer also had a weapon and fired the weapon. The detective also indicated, Your Honor, that this is an active and open investigation. Regardless, Your Honor, whether there has been another arrest or not, Your Honor, still doesn't affect Mr. Black. The state's position is that we believe it doesn't affect Mr. Blacksafer's conduct on the night of that incident. Now, the detective also indicated that there was surveillance footage of the portion of the incident that occurred that night as well. And based on his interview with Mr. Blacksafer, he has completely denied being in the area. Says, I wasn't there. That's his defense, essentially. When you have two credible witnesses, and by the way, Your Honor, one of the witnesses don't have a dog in this hunt. She had no reason to lie and say that she saw Mr. Blacksafer there. And so based on that information, Your Honor, and the testimony of the detective, the state is asking that this be bound over.
All right, they're not asking for additional charges of any time.
Oh, yeah, not
Okay, all right, Ms. Clark.
Your Honor, my position is that if these two witnesses are being so truthful, then their initial statements to Officer Evans clearly shows that he had no dog in the fight. He didn't have a weapon. According to the officer, the altercation was between Vanderbilt's boyfriend, Mr. Holmes, and my client's girlfriend, Blue. And clearly, if the two state witnesses that also had the recorded statements with Officer Evans, according to the detective, on his body cam, that my client didn't even get out the car, even if he was there. It's no indication that he got out of the car, that he had a firearm. Nobody said that to Officer Evans. And there's no indication in Officer Evans' report that anybody was reluctant to talk to him. Apparently, they were quite forthright in talking with him and explaining what happened, what was said. And I don't see the probable cause to hold my client responsible, because the state is at this point where, are they telling you the truth when they speak to Officer Evans, or are they telling the truth when they speak to Detective Washington? It doesn't make any sense, Your Honor. And I would ask that you find no probable cause for this particular homicide.
Okay, I'll go ahead and find probable cause on both counts. Whatever there is to figure out what Blue was involved, that's a question for the jury, but they've met their burden on probable cause, and looks like he got kind of lucky, and Judge Richardson set him a pretty low bond for murder. I mean, 50.
Your Honor, based upon the evidence that was presented to her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that's,
why she's not even.
I'm just saying in general, that seems like, somewhere like a lot higher, but I think you got a 55.
And I'm going to file a motion for a reduction because this is.
Yeah, it looks like the bond was set back in June of last year.
Last year, yes, ma'am.
Last year, yeah.
I know.
Yeah. All right, so best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms.
For the
Miller.
matter, be excused.
Absolutely. And you realize it's been 310 days in custody, right, without being indicted? Counsel, you realize it's been in here, he's been in 310 days.
We are aware, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I anticipate that this will be indicted
Okay,
pretty quick.
all right. Just remind you of that number.
You say that, bro. It's been almost.
Don't talk to him. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, who we got next?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, good to see you, Ms. Clark, always. So, I don't know, Ms. Collins, Mr. Chubb, no, it's not y'all's. I sent an email to, Ms. Collins, Mr. Chubb. Either one of you guys know how to get in touch with Sean Hoover?
Is there a number for him on the first appearance sheet?
Let me see, because whichever one of you guys want to come on up, just looking for this one that doesn't have, because I don't want them to keep holding this guy. Let me see if there's. Because is he in with Miss Rondon's office? I sent her an email. Let me look and see if there's something. And, let's
Mr.
see.
McCully,
Yeah.
for the court reporter, what was that ADA's first and last name?
Michael Wilson.
Michael Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you.
They don't have a phone
Thank you,
number
Ms.
listed
Watts.
for him.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see. Oh, okay, yeah. There is. Let me call and see if he's real quick. Who's gonna come so they can get somebody else up here? You guys want to rock, paper, scissors over it, or what you want to do? Arm wrestle? Let's see. So,
So your last name again is, Smith, right? Yes, Smith. Okay. He's in position one.
okay.
Tatiana Thomas, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. Hey, this is Judge Manning from Fulton County. Is Mr. Hoover here? There's a case in front of me, Terrell Cobb, so I don't know if he's aware. Okay. Okay. Sure. Let me see where Mr. Hoover is. So that we can, because if he's not here, I mean, the officer doesn't need to sit here. You can go ahead and swear him in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you should give to the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth and so help you?
I swear.
State your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Tilden Smith. That's Tildon. Last name Smith, Smith.
Terrell Cobb.
No, I am Judge Manning.
That will probably take place and it's gonna take place today.
Okay.
Nothing's gonna happen. They always find probable cause.
And this one is, let's see.
Yes, okay.
So for Mr. Cobb, he's been in 280 days on it. I'm handling these in 1A. And he's got a $180,000 bond that was heard last September. So, I mean, obviously, we got the officer here, but
So you did that one and then custody?
Yes.
I don't want to hold him to wait because he's been here all morning and if he wants to reset it.
And this is the substance abuse.
Yeah.
Cobb, COP.
This is common.
Yes.
And this is the substance abuse.
No cause of I don't really substance abuse.
Don't ever forget it.
Okay.
When we do the mention it to the judge.
Okay.
Just keep it open.
597-105. I want the copy card. He just wants to say. All right, officer, we're trying to, okay. She's gonna call me back. All right, this is position 122 CP 209-255. Is it Tatiana Thomas, 313 days without indictment, aggravated assault, criminal trespass, damage to property? You've been previously sworn out. What's your name, officer, last name?
Smith.
Smith. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Officer Smith, where are you currently employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
Were you employed there on May 22nd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
How did you come in contact with Tatiana Alicia Thomas?
I came in contact with her from a 911 call for a dispute with a weapon.
And did you arrive on the scene?
Yes.
And what did you learn once you arrived on the scene?
When I arrived on scene, two victims, Miss Kadeja, right?
Can you please spell out for the record?
Yes, that is Kadayjah, last name Wright, Wright. as well as Miss Chauvin Wright. That's SHOVAN, last name Wright as well, WRIGHT. They both came up to me. They just told me that Miss Tatiana Thomas, she had come to their door knocking on it. They stepped outside to speak to her. They got into an argument. Miss Thomas then pulled out a handgun and pointed it. Well, first, I'd say Miss Thomas knocked Miss Siobhan's phone out of her hand, breaking it when it hit the ground. Afterwards, Miss Thomas then pulled out a handgun and pointed it at both Miss Siobhan Wright and Miss Khadijah Wright. Miss Thomas, after pointing the handgun at them, then ran to the south side of their apartments where they're staying at and fired multiple rounds, gunshots into the window of the apartment there.
And Khadijah Wright and Chauvin Wright, are they related in any kind of way?
Yes, Miss Chauvin is the parent of Miss Khadijah.
And was you able to determine how old was Miss Khadijah?
Miss Khadijah, I believe, is somewhere around 20 years old approximately.
Can you describe the residence that you returned, that you went to?
Yeah, it's just an apartment complex. Miss Khadijah, Miss Siobhan, they live on the ground floor. It's just a 3-story. There's multiple buildings in the apartment complex. They stay in one of them on the bottom floor.
And what time did this occur?
This occurred, I got the call around 12:46 a.m., so it would occurred shortly prior to that.
Was there any ring camera or any camera that the apartment had that captured this?
No, the incident actually occurred in front of the apartment building because there's a breezeway in the middle of the building where the doors are facing towards, but it happened in the sidewalk area and then towards the window as well. So it wouldn't have been near the door, the apartment door.
And you said it was an argument. What did they tell you what the argument was about?
No, I can't recall any of the details of what the argument was about.
So to your knowledge, was Khadijah Wright or Chauvin Wright armed at the time of this argument?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did they brandish any weapons at the time of this argument?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did they make any aggressive steps towards Ms. Thomas during this argument?
No.
I guess I would ask for a proper foundation. I mean, is this speculation? Is this something that he asked them? Is it something that they said to him? So my objection at this point is foundation.
Lay some more foundation.
Yes, I will. Please tell me about when you spoke to Khadijah Wright and Chauvin Wright. Please tell me about the conversation.
When I spoke to them, yeah, when I initially got on scene, I think it was Miss Khadijah, just ran up to me and was pointing towards the direction where the Miss Thomas was at, stating that she'd pointed a gun at me. And then I also spoke to Miss Siobhan as well. And like I said, they both stated that Miss Thomas had come to the door, a knock, and they went then stepped outside to speak to her. And that's when an argument ensued. And then that's when Miss Thomas had hit Miss Siobhan's phone out of her hand, causing it to fall on the ground and break. And then at that point, Miss Thomas pulled out a handgun and pointed it at both Miss Siobhan and Miss Khadijah, and then ran to the bedroom or to the window of the bedroom and fired multiple rounds.
And when she pointed the gun, can you describe where they were and the positions of how they did it? How did they point the gun? Were they standing in front of each other, side? How was the pointing of the gun?
From what I recall, they were kind of standing, Miss Kadeja and Miss Siobhan were standing next to each other. And then Miss Thomas was standing further down the sidewalk, so to speak, approximately. And that's when she kind of took the gun out and then pointed at both. They're both standing beside each other to kind of perpendicular or parallel along the sidewalk and pointed at both of them.
Was it pointed in one direction? Was it pointed at both?
From what I recall, she pointed it at both of them.
Let's talk about the shooting that occurred. Were they inside the apartment when the shooting occurred?
No, they were all outside of the apartment.
Okay. And did you see the broken glass or the bullets enter into the apartment?
Yes, I saw from the outside, looking out the bedroom window, there were two defects located kind of along the window pane. I believe it was on the bottom of the window.
And was you able to get any fragments or casings while at the scene?
Yes, there was one shell casing that I recovered from the scene. It was located near the bedroom window where the victims had stated that Miss Thomas was standing at.
And how many shots were fired?
It would have been approximately 2 shots fired.
Did Kadeja Wright hear the shots fired?
Yes.
Did Siobhan Wright hear the shots fired?
Yes.
Were there any witnesses to what occurred?
Yes, there was a witness as well. He's the brother to Miss Kadeja. He observed the argument when they went outside. He observed the argument between the victims and Miss Thomas. And he also observed Miss Thomas pulling out the firearm and pointing it at the victims.
Where was he at when he observed this?
From what I recall, he was in the, he wasn't out on the sidewalk, but he was more so in the breezeway, so to speak. So he was not in when she pointed the firearm, he wasn't in the way of that. And so he was able to observe that, but he did not observe when Miss Thomas went and shot at the window. He just heard the gunshots.
Do he reside at the apartment?
Yes, he does.
You said her phone was hit out of her hand. Was you able to recover the phone?
Yes, she was able to show me the phone.
And what did you see when you looked at the phone?
The screen was cracked, and I believe it wasn't able to turn on.
And were you able to determine an amount for the cost of the phone?
No, I don't think I have the
Okay.
approximate value for it.
And you said that which witness pointed out Miss Thomas once you arrived on the scene?
It was, I believe it was Miss Kadeja initially is the one who stated, she was the first one who came up to me and stated like, hey, she pointed a gun at me.
And where was Miss Thomas at that time?
Miss Thomas, she was in a apartment. There's in the building, like I said, there's multiple buildings in the apartment complex. She was in the building just located south of where Miss Kadeja lives at. She was in an apartment inside there.
Did she reside in that apartment?
No.
Okay. And did you go speak with her?
Yes.
And what did you learn doing this? Once they pointed her out and you see who she is, what's the next thing you did?
At that point, I then once they point out who she was, and I got the victim statements, and then went to speak to Miss Thomas. She came outside. Once I saw, the evidence of the shell casing and the damages, I then placed her under arrest. I then spoke to Miss Thomas about it. I gave her Miranda rights. She waived her rights. And she just advised that they had, her and Miss Kadeja had been drinking that night, and that they only got into an argument. She didn't have any firearm. She didn't break the phone, but she did hear some gunshots.
And did you recover the gun?
No, I was unable to recover a firearm.
What was the address for this apartment?
The address is 960 Constitution Road,
And what county is that in?
Fulton County.
During the time of the investigation, were you post certified?
Yes, sir.
Did Rodney Gamble identify Miss Thomas as the person he's seen arguing with Kadeja Wright and Siobhan Wright?
I can't recall if I had him possibly identify her or not.
Did he call her out by name?
Yeah, when I spoke to him, he did say that she was the one that was arguing with them and pointed out and pointing the firearm at them.
Did Kadeja Wright identify Miss Thomas as the person who was arguing with her?
Yes.
And did she point her out as the person who pointed a gun at her?
Yes.
And how did she do that?
Like I said, it was on time when I made contact with Miss Thomas there. Miss Kadeja also stated that she was the one who pointed the gun at her, and she was both her and Miss Siobhan are both very upset at the time about it.
Siobhan Wright, did she identify Miss Thomas as the person who pointed the gun at her?
Yes.
And how did she do that?
In the same regards as Miss Kadeja, stating once Miss Thomas had come outside, that's when they had, both came up and they both advised me that I was the one who would point the gun at them.
Is Miss Thomas related to Kadeja Wright?
No, I don't think they're related.
Is Miss Thomas related to Siobhan Wright?
No, I don't believe so.
Was Miss Thomas in a relationship with Kadeja Wright?
Yes.
A romantic relationship?
Yes.
Can you discuss that?
I don't know the specifics of their relation. I just know they've been dating. I don't know for how long or anything of that nature.
Did she reside at the home?
No.
Do you see Miss Thomas in a courtroom right now?
Yes.
Can you please?
Somebody
just-
can remove their mask.
Can you please describe an article of clothing she is wearing?
She's wearing a blue shirt with a gray undershirt.
Can the court recognize he has positively identified the defendant?
Noted.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Yes, Judge, I have a couple of questions. Officer Smith, you prepared an arrest warrant as to this incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the arrest warrant has a particular time. Is this the time in which you believe the incident occurred?
Yes, the approximation.
Do you know the time that the 911 call went through?
I received it at 12:46. It would have been just probably no more than a few minutes prior to that.
And you would have been notified, of course, by 911 dispatch, of course, correct?
Yeah, she's the one who notified me of the call that came in.
Do you recall how long it took you to get from wherever you were at in your patrol car to the scene or location of this particular incident?
Yeah, I was there. I was a courtesy officer there.
Okay. When you say you were a courtesy officer there, is this like an extra duty job or did you live there?
Yeah, I lived there.
Okay. And when you arrived at the apartment that belonged to Khadijah Wright, and you said that Siobhan was her mom, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at that particular apartment, you said that both of them were outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that this witness, Rodney Gamble, was outside as well, correct?
I can't recall if he was outside upon my initial arrival or he may have returned back to the apartment.
Okay. And after speaking with them on direct, you mentioned that you learned or they believed that my client, Ms. Thomas, was in another apartment at this same complex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did they point this specific apartment out to you, or did they just point to a building where they thought that she was in?
I can't recall if they pointed to a specific building or not. I can't recall those specifics.
Now, you actually talked about on direct examination how you came in contact with Ms. Thomas, you read her Miranda rights, and she agreed to speak with you, correct?
Yes.
So when you found her or when you located Ms. Thomas, was she standing outside or did you have to knock on an apartment door and get her to come out?
I believe I had to knock on the apartment door and then for her to come out.
So did you knock on one apartment door or did you have to knock on several before you actually found her?
I just knocked on the first one.
Okay, so someone told you exactly where they thought she was going or where she was, correct?
Yes, like I said, I can't remember the specifics of that.
Okay, now when you walked up at this apartment door, can you see, if you're standing in front of the apartment door where Ms. Thomas was in, can you see, do you have a clear view of where this incident or alleged incident took place?
No, if I'm standing in front of the door where Miss Thomas was initially at, yeah, I would not be able to. It's inside the breezeway.
Okay.
You'd have to step out of the breezeway to see where the incident took place.
How far is it from the apartment where you located Ms. Thomas to the area where this incident took place?
It's just one building. They're just one building down from each other. So it's probably, 50 feet max.
Okay. Was it anybody else in the apartment with Ms. Thomas?
Yes, it was actually an apartment that had just been, the tenants were evicted and they were just inside that apartment, just kind of crashing it. And it was just a bunch of teenagers in there.
Did you search that particular apartment?
No, I didn't do a thorough search. Just an evicted apartment.
Did you question any of the people? I believe you said they were teenagers. Did you question any of them about Ms. Thomas's behavior or whether or not she had a weapon when she entered the apartment?
I believe I asked them as to what had transpired, but they weren't really providing much information.
Okay. And of course, you've already mentioned that she agreed to talk with you.
Mm-hmm.
And she stated to you that there was an argument and that's all that it was, just a verbal argument, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she mentioned that she heard gunshots, correct?
Yes, sir.
This area, 980 Constitution Road Southeast in Atlanta, I don't know a lot about this area. Would this be considered what the Atlanta Police Department would describe as a high crime area?
I work in that area and it'd just be I wouldn't say that particular apartment complex is any more high crime than any other particular complex.
And you talked about how when you interviewed Khadijah Wright, Siobhan Wright, and Rodney Gamble, they said that Ms. Thomas ran off and then they heard gunshots, correct?
Yes.
Is it only that they heard gunshots, or did they actually see or tell you that they saw Ms. Thomas actually fire the gun into a window?
Yeah, Miss Khadijah and Miss Siobhan, they had seen her run. Because like I said, they were standing on the sidewalk, seen her run and actually fire into the window. But Mr. Rodney, he only heard the gunshots. He didn't observe Miss Thomas fired the weapon.
And they claim that 2 shots were fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually walked around to the area where this particular window was located, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But you only found 1 shell casing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And let me just say, on direct examination, you talked about how when I guess since you lived there, you walked rather than driving up in a particular vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I just walked over there.
And when you walked up, you said that Khadijah Wright ran up to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So after this incident that they claim took place, they stayed outside and waited on you, right?
Yes. Upon me getting there, they were outside.
So they would have been able to see if my client actually picked up a shell casing or if someone else came along and picked up a shell casing.
Wait, hold on. He had objection to speculation.
He is trying to get him to discuss what they was gonna be able to do. He's not that person, Your Honor.
What a witness or something will be able to see. I'll sustain it. Hold on 1 second. Officer, over here. You're here on Hoover, right? Yeah, Terrell Cobb, I'll reset it. Go. I'm sorry, because I've called the office. They're trying to get in touch with him. What day doesn't work? You got a vacation, anything?
You got a week coming off the week after Easter, you said, right?
Yeah, that week of Easter Sunday through the 11th through the.
Okay, so all right, how about, let's see, March, April, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just want to, so we got the week of the 17th, you'll be back? That means that good? Any day that's not good? Okay, you want it in the morning or afternoon? Okay, we'll get you, Ms. Watts, what could a date be that week of the 17th for him? I'm sorry. For, Terrell Cobb, because the, conflict defender hadn't shown up.
Okay, Judge, we can do April 20th at 9 a.m.
April 20th, that's a Thursday. Is that good? All right, you can go ahead and leave, 'cause I feel bad you sitting there waiting and they haven't responded. I apologize. Today's been fantastic. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize for interrupting there. Mr. Poole, but I hate to leave people sitting and everybody's being patient.
Yes, Judge. Officer Smith, you've already established that Khadijah Wright and Siobhan Wright claim that they saw my client fire this particular weapon, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they were outside, of course, when the weapon was fired, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived, they were still outside, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after they claim that they saw Miss Thomas fire this weapon twice at a window or into a window, did they see her pick up a shell casing?
They did not state to me anything about her picking up a shell casing.
And this was 12:46 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived in that area, how many people were out there?
When I initially arrived, it was probably Miss Khadijah, Miss Siobhan, and there's a few neighbors as well that had come out.
Did anybody tell you that they saw someone walking around the window area where these shots were fired?
No, none of the neighbors stated. They were all inside the apartment at the time.
And before you arrived, did Miss Wright, Khadijah, or Siobhan indicate to you that they saw people walking around in the area where these shots had been fired?
No, they did not state to me anything about people walking around.
And did Khadijah Wright or Siobhan Wright tell you how Miss Thomas actually arrived at the apartment complex?
No, they didn't tell me what mode of transportation she took.
Did they tell you whether or not she lived at that apartment complex?
No, they didn't mention anything to me about if she lived there or not.
And I believe on direct, you were asked about whether or not you recovered a gun. Did you search the grounds for a weapon?
Yes, I looked, where the area where the window was damaged, and then as well as kind of the surrounding area from there, I didn't locate a weapon.
And at the beginning of my cross-examination, I talked with you or asked some questions to establish, I guess, how far it was from the apartment that Khadijah Wright lived in to the apartment where you found Miss Thomas. And you said it was maybe about 50 yards, or was it 50 feet?
Yeah, like 50 feet, probably. They're very close together.
And you were aware of the direction that they claimed that they saw Miss Thomas ran in, correct?
I'm sorry, could you revisit?
You were aware of the direction that the alleged victims and this witness said that Miss Thomas ran in when she was firing shots, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you searched for this gun, did you start searching in that direction and then continue searching until you got to the apartment where you found Miss Thomas?
Well, there was other officers out there as well. So throughout the course of investigation, we were looking for the weapon and the shell casing. So we did primarily try to look around the window. There's some bushes there, some grass, things of that nature.
Now, a couple more questions. When you actually talked with Miss Thomas, did you smell alcohol?
Not that I can recall.
And you were asked on direct about whether or not Khadijah Wright and Siobhan Wright had, was it like a Ring camera or something similar?
Yeah, he'd asked about,
And you said they did not, correct?
I don't know if they had a camera. I can't recall, but the incident happened. If they did have a camera, it wouldn't have captured it because the incident happened in front of the apartment building.
Okay. Are there any cameras in the area of this particular incident?
Yes, there are cameras there at the apartment complex.
One moment, Your Honor. Anything you think that I need to ask him? Anything you think that I need to ask him? No. All right. Nothing further, Judge. I'd just like to be heard as to bond at some point.
Okay, any argument? Thank you, officer. Stay safe out there. Thank you for being patient today.
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to add aggravated assault because the gun was pointed at both victims, Your Honor. There's only one charge for aggravated assault there. I would also like to add criminal damage in the second degree for the cell phone, Your Honor. And criminal damage in the first degree for the shooting and at the window.
Okay, so we got criminal trespass damage to property misdemeanor. That's for the cell phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we got that, and yeah, the aggravated assault has both alleged victims' name as opposed
Okay, I
to.
only have one on mine.
No, I mean, the one warrant has both alleged victims' names as opposed to a warrant for each. So I understand. So you want to add another charge for the other one, and you want another criminal trespass or criminal damage to property over
The shooting of the window.
the window. You want to respond, Mr. Poole?
No, Judge.
Any argument?
No.
All right, so I'll find probable cause on the aggravated assault and criminal trespass and damage to property that are here. We'll add an aggravated assault. So the first name on the aggravated assault once it's on here is Khadijah, right? So we'll add the other aggravated assault and let it reflect the second name on the warrant, which is Siobhan, right? Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll add is it criminal trespass and damage to property? You said you wanted on the window?
Yes, Your Honor, I thought it was 6722 criminal damage in first degree.
Okay. 6722. All right, I'll find probable cause on both of those. So we'll add those two charges and we can go ahead because right now there is a $19,000 good bond, which I had reduced from one that was previously set at 80 to $19,000 January the 19th of this year. So we'll go ahead and hear this because you got the other charges.
The defendant has 3 cycles. The defendant's last arrest was March the 29th, 2021, with the City of Atlanta Police Department for aggravated assault and battery and possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. The defendant does appear to be on first offender probation. That case number is 22 SC 180516. And those charges are aggravated assault and possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. That disposition date was June the 6th, 2022, and the term is for 9 years and 275 days. Nothing in addition, Your Honor.
All right, go, Mr. Poole.
Judge, at the last bond hearing on January the 19th, that was a bond hearing that I handled. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, one of the alleged victims, Khadijah Wright, was actually on the Zoom call, the court session. And from what I recall, she stated that she would be fine with my client, Ms. Thomas, actually being on bond.
Yeah, I think that's where I reduced it from 80 down to 19.
Yes. I would just ask that if the court is going to add charges, that the bond remain the same and just spread it out amongst the bond as it is. Even though the state is asking for these charges to be added at this time, at all the bond hearings that I've done for her, the facts and circumstances have been the same. As far as this criminal damage to property in the first degree, I don't have the statute in front of me. I was going to pull it up. But I think that he said that that the alleged victims were outside at the time that the shots were fired at the window or toward the home. So I don't, depending on what the criminal damage in the first degree statute says, if they were outside, if there is some type of danger element to that charge, or maybe some type of foreseeability that someone could be injured, I think it's pretty clear that they were outside.
Your Honor, and I understand, but this is the bond hearing. It seemed like he is arguing in regards to probable cause that charge found, Your Honor.
Right.
And
So
just respectfully, Your Honor,
I get, I've already found probable cause on that. He didn't make an argument. So,
So.
have we had any contact with the victims since, do you know, have any, well, anyway, it's been 313 days. It hasn't been indicted. So we've added the other two. So what's the state's position?
The state would like to say that it wasn't just one victim, Your Honor, it was two victims, it was a mother and a daughter. And Your Honor, I understand that, and I was not at the bond hearing, and I understand that it was reduced because one of the victims was there, and I am not sure, but I don't know that how egregious this is. Is she an actual victim of domestic violence, Your Honor? Because of the egregious nature of this, and I understand that she may say, hey, I feel perfectly okay, but we also do not know if she is actually a victim of domestic violence. And sometimes they will go ahead and try to protect their abuser, Your Honor. So that's a concern that we have. It's a 20-year-old young lady and shooting into the home, into the bedroom that she know of. It is protection of the public, it's a protection of the property, and it is the nature of the crime. Also, she is currently on, I believe she said, probation, and she had a gun at the time, Your Honor. So that's also the concern.
Okay.
Could I be heard?
Go ahead.
Because I didn't get a chance to finish. And he said some things that I need to address. As far as her being on probation, she did not pick up, or she was not arrested for this case while she was actually on probation. This doesn't make the situation any better. She was on bond for an indicted case, and she was arrested for this case. And for some reason, she took a plea to the indicted case, but there was not a request or an attempt to get a waiver done so she could resolve both cases at the same time. So that's why there's this probation case out there. As far as the state's claims or allegations about some history of domestic violence, I haven't heard any history between my client and one of the alleged victims at any of the bond hearings. The state could ask that rather than speculating as to that. My client has actually provided me with certificates. This is a cosmetology.
Yes.
She actually has completed a cosmetology program while in custody, and she has the certificates here for me. She actually had a job before this incident occurred. And again, the only reason I was mentioning what I mentioned about the cruelty in the first degree, I understand that I did not argue it, but I would just ask the court to consider that when trying to decide what the bond amount should be for that charge. And I looked at the statute, and I think there could be some elements missing if they're claiming that these victims would be the victim for the cruelty in the first degree.
No, it's criminal damage to property.
Criminal damage in the first degree.
Mm-hmm.
If they were outside when the incident happened. Now, if they have some other victims that they want to mention, which we have not heard about, but I don't think that it's going to be a cruelty in the first degree if they were standing outside. I'm sorry, criminal damage in the first degree.
That's okay. Been a long morning.
They were standing outside.
All right, let's see. You still gonna live at the Fairburn Road address, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay, all right, let's see here. I've also emailed and put this on, Madam DA's radar, of some that need to be indicted. Hopefully the ADA does too, because once
Yes.
again, 313 days without indictment.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many times would Ms. Beck say it over and over if she were here? So what I will do is no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, no further contact with Siobhan. And Ms. Fisher, you can look at my previous bond order on 119-23, because it's kind of what I'm reading. No further contact with Siobhan and Khadijah Wright, Rodney Gamble. And previously, you can leave it on there. The Khadijah Wright did appear she appeared at the last one. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. You're gonna have an ankle monitor paid for by the county, a 24-hour curfew, court, lawyer, medical, and employment. To supply the name of your employer, proof of employment, schedule, and the exact location you're going to be working. Stay away from 960 Constitution Boulevard. Let's see. So what we'll do is 8 on each ag assault and 2 on each criminal trespass. All right, best of luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And thank you, sir.
Absolutely. All right, so all we have left, if we can hit this real quick, because I know nobody's going to get anything to eat at lunch, and then I'll have to leave straight from here, goes to court. Y'all probably have night court, so, right, so the one where there's no contact with the officer, Benita Hunter. What are we doing with that?
Your Honor, we have properly subpoenaed the officer. The officer did not show, Your Honor.
And I'm thinking, okay, let's see. Has
I
it,
believe this is his first setting, Your Honor.
okay. So when you say no contact, do you know if the officer still works where they work?
No, I did not have personal contact. Let me rephrase that. She was
Okay.
properly subpoenaed, and I did not have personal contact with her.
All right, I know Mr. Cho put his objections on the record earlier. Ms. Watts, how close in time, because this lady's been in 312 days without indictment. Can we reset it to give this officer one last final chance to show up?
Okay, Judge, can April 13th work for everyone? Or does it work for everyone?
Mr. Cho, is that what day of the week?
I don't have an issue with the date per se. This is criminal trespass, obstruction, and obstruction. Far from me to say how the state should prioritize their caseload, but this might be one of those cases where judicial economy would suggest the UJR so that this is F&I and they can fry the bigger fish that are still waiting in line. That would be my suggestion, but we'll defer to the court.
Yeah, we'll hear from, definitely hear bond, but for April 13th, is that, what day of the week? Let me see.
As long as it's not a Tuesday.
Okay, it's a Thursday. Is that okay?
Yes.
April 13th, you want morning or afternoon?
It does not matter, Your Honor.
All right, which one, Ms. Watts, morning or afternoon?
Morning.
Okay. And then let's see. So we're gonna reset, we've already reset. And, okay, on the, since Ms. Watts was trying to get in touch with IT on David Lewis. The officer's on admin leave, so you wanted to reset date to get somebody else here, even if that officer's not available.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what's the date you want there? This guy's been in 256 days without indictment.
We will, at least a week, Your Honor, for that gives us enough time to get the subpoena out. We got to get in contact with the actual agency to let them know, so. I believe-
So what date can we get, Ms. Watts, for this one?
Will April 13th work for you? That's 2 weeks out.
That's good.
At 9 a.m. again? Okay, we'll just have to let Mr. Houston know. And let's see, I think that was.
Is that 9 a.m. again?
I think so, yeah. And then we have, Miss Eddie Gates. The officer didn't show up for Eddie Gates.
Yes, he will not return until 4/2.
So this one needs to be for that once, final time, Ms. Collins, for the officer on Eddie Gates, position 8. So that 13th, is that good for you too?
Yes.
That's a Thursday?
Check one.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, deputies, I know, all of us in here are starving.
I know, but are we gonna keep going?
Well, here's my thing, I mean, you got the new inmates here, did the other ones have to go back?
Yes, ma'am.
Go back there.
Okay. And then we'll start, well, I guess we can start back a little bit later so that,
I
mean-
The one officers are here too.
Oh, because I told him to get here 15
Huh?
minutes.
We starts at 1.
yeah. I mean, so no, I want to address I want to address
No, Judge,
no, I want to address their bonds. But y'all got them up here. So anyway, what was the only other one? On Ms. Collins, is that a good date for you? 13th, 9 a.m.? All right, so no. Okay, so Benita Hunter, can you bring Benita Hunter out real quick? We'll get this done. The 1 o'clock officers, I guess, I mean, they're officers, they can come in here and sit. They just gotta sit there and then we'll take like 10 minutes so everybody can grab something, or 15, so grab something to eat, take a little litigator's break or whatever you gotta do.
I don't think I'm on the 1 o'clock count.
Let's see, but my clock, we got Correa,
There, how you doing?
Sampson, Correa,
You can go ahead and have a seat
Correa,
in the toolbox, okay?
Correa,
All
Anderson, and Singer. No, you're not.
Oh, you called me a couple times. I've been right here the whole time. It's not like I was in there on your call.
So this is gonna be Benita Hunter they're bringing out, right?
Yes.
All right, and we'll address the bond. Let me pull it up, and see what we did last time for Benita Hunter. See, there was a $3,500 good bond as of January the 24th. All right, 22 CP 209-285, 312 days without indictment. It's being reset for April 13th, one reset only for the officer to appear. Criminal trespass, obstruction of a law enforcement officer, and 2 counts of obstruction. And as of January the 24th, there is a $3,500 good bond. Wow.
The defendant was arrested on, last arrest was March the 13th, 2022, with theft by shoplifting with Georgia State University Police Department. There's no disposition for that arrest. The defendant does have 1 felony conviction that was in 2005 out of New York for possession of controlled substance. And the defendant does have misdemeanor convictions, 1 in 2019 out of Bibb County for criminal trespassing, another 1 in 2019 out of Bibb County for theft by shoplifting, 1 in 2017 for possession and use of drug-related objects. The defendant does have 16 cycles, Your Honor, nothing in addition.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before you, Ms. Hunter, Judge, we have tried some programs, but nothing's worked out. Ms. Hunter previously had a payee in Macon who I've spoken with for an extensive period of time, which indicates that Judge, long and short, she was receiving government benefits based on her disabilities, legitimate disabilities, Your Honor, and that she was in need of someone who would be on the outside helping her manage her finances and living situation. At this point, Judge, it is an excessive time period for the nature of the charges in this case. Would ask the court to consider reasonable reduction of bond.
On here it says Macon. Do you have an address where she'll live?
Judge, so that is the payee
On
I
the-
spoke with.
yeah.
Macon, that is no longer that program is not going to be able to work with Ms. Hunter anymore.
Uh-huh.
I spoke with her for quite some time. It was a personal care home. They were supervising, monitoring her, helping her with her finances and helping her manage her life. But it's just.
So I guess it's been too long. Who's her paid? Where are her checks going now? Somebody helping her?
Simmons.
So you got somebody helping you?
Yeah.
Simmons is the person from Macon.
Okay,
And I've spoken with her, but it's not
another, okay.
gonna.
So,
Yeah, so
all right, what says the state?
Your Honor, we will defer to the court.
Yeah, I want to know too.
All right,
Simmons, I want.
so what we need to do to help, obviously, we're gonna, is she gonna be able to find a place to live? Or is
Yeah,
she-
to go to, the Gateway.
Oh,
shelter.
Gateway?
Yeah.
Are you interested now? Because last time you said you weren't.
No, I wasn't.
You still not interested?
About what?
About the program?
Well, I don't need the program. It's just,
It's the
it's not.
Yeah, I got you.
I spoke with Miss Simmons, okay, I promise. She's the one in Macon.
Yeah.
I
she's
spoke
the
with
one-
her.
Yeah, this is how I got the debit card.
She said she can help me.
The debit.
Right.
We're ready, I
I
apologize.
kind of think, that's okay. I kind of think maybe a program might help. Would you try it?
Yeah, I'll try the program.
You'll try it for Mr. Cho?
Yes,
And you try it for me?
yes.
Pinky swear? Okay, so you promise you'll try, I mean, it can't hurt, right?
Oh, okay. Oh,
And, you know, hopefully they'll give you some other services.
Okay.
So, here you go, here's what. So will one of the Bell Project refused on her or something?
Judge,
As-
address. and,
because of the address.
And the
Yeah.
points of contact that they.
So
references that-
so maybe if she gets in the program, that'll help, and the Bell Project will help?
So we have previously attempted, Your Honor, in December. And, there was a negative that came back in December.
Okay,
So, hopefully the pinky swear will, it just the answer varies.
yeah, if they let you in, you'll get there. You'll participate in the program, right?
yes.
Okay. All right, so here's what we'll do, because I don't want to put. Okay, I'll go to my other bond order. It says, stay away from 235 Peachtree Street, the Garnett MARTA station, and also all MARTA property. And see, before I had to stay out of Fulton County, but you'll probably live in Fulton County, right? Do you have family in Macon?
I have, no,
Okay.
I don't, no.
All right, so we're gonna put in here, you must provide an address where you'll be living, okay? That'll be a condition of your bond. That's why I'm asking you, can you dig down deep, family, friends, some,
Yeah, so I would like to make a call. I don't know, she had told me that she was moving back to upstate, New York City.
okay?
I'm not
Well,
sure
well,
what she-
Mr. Cho will help you take care of that and help get you out of here,
And
okay?
then, yes, thank you.
Uh,
And I
and-
have this form here, the inmate funds release form. I want to know if I can, have this Mr. Choi, get the Bell bond me out. And any source, I will find a place shelter. There's a Gateway shelter that, they have programs there, NA programs. I can
I can't,
see
I
about
can't,
there.
I can't take your money.
Yeah, he can't really take your
Yes,
money.
I don't have any family member here that is playing. I don't know how long they'll.
Well, he can maybe reach out for some for you, okay?
All right, you'll talk to me.
I called Miss.
call-
All right, so we'll, just in case, we'll have that ankle monitor paid for by the county, with the curfew, except for, the 24-hour curfew, mental health visits, attorney visits, court visits, employment, doctor
Yeah,
visits.
that's what I was.
Yeah, and
planning.
it-
That was, I want to get back to, I'll find a job. That's what I'm-
Perfect. And attending any type of treatment, okay? So if you go back, if you get into some treatment, you just gotta attend that treatment. Right? But you must provide an address where you'll be living. So just give Mr. Cho contacts, they can get to. So we'll make it, $50 on count one, $1,000, $500. Wait, I guess I gotta make it $500 and then 250, 50, 500, 250.
500, 250. Okay.
$50, $500 and $250. Okay?
Thank you. And
Thank
then
you so-
the funds release form here.
Okay.
Can I call a sister? I don't know if she's in the state or not today.
Give Mr. Cho her number.
All right.
All right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, so we got the next one is, are we gonna be heard on Dave? Are you gonna hear David Lewis or no? Miss, anybody? Just reset and Mr. Houston can take care of it?
I said I would handle it, if the court has time.
I mean, yeah, so we're just gonna stop a few minutes because we haven't had lunch. Cause I'm gonna sit here and eat my lunch from right here and so that everybody can run real quick. So you can bring out whichever we got, David Lewis or Eddie Gates. Both just on bond. Hearings.
I'm ready for Eddie Gates.
Okay. Whichever one they can grab. She's writing that number down.
Okay, I'll try this one too.
All right, there's one more number here, 471.
Uh-huh.
07. 07. 07.
Okay, I'll try those.
All right, thank you. So whichever, Eddie Gates.
All right. Can you call Simmons too? The
I called Ms. Simmons.
All
She said
right.
she can
And there's
help
no
you
way you
more.
can get the
I-
funds out, the debit card out.
I wouldn't.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. He can talk with you later, okay? Because nobody in here is eating lunch. We got a whole bunch more people waiting.
Will you talk to me when I need that to go back?
He'll take care of it. So.
Thank you.
Eddie Gates, David Lewis. Tell me who you're bringing out. Eddie Gates or David Lewis? We got this. Who we bringing out now? Gates. All right. 22 CP 211352 Eddie Gates, 234 days without indictment. Jet bonding and came off his bond because of a hold, got aggravated assault, possession of firearm or a knife during the commission of a felony. And I had set a $30,000 good bond January 24th. Trial.
Oh, Your Honor, the possession of a firearm charge was dismissed. I mean, firearm or knife was dismissed at first appearance. He only has an aggravated assault.
Okay, just ag assault. All right, thanks. Go ahead, pre-trial.
I can't hear you.
Hold on.
The defendant has 39 cycles. The defendant's last arrest was August the 17th, 2019, with the City of Atlanta Police Department for giving false information to an officer and possession of cocaine and criminal trespassing and obstruction of an officer. The defendant does appear to be on probation in Fulton County. That case number is 22 SC 180430 for 3 counts of simple assault. That disposition date was June the 9th, 2022, and the term is for 12 months. The defendant does have prior felony convictions. There was one in 2019 for possession of cocaine, one in 2013 for aggravated assault, one in 2008 for possession of Schedule II controlled substance and possession of cocaine with an intent to distribute. And there was one in 2006 for possession of controlled substance with the intent to distribute. And there was an additional one in 2006 for possession of controlled substance, one in 2003 for possession of controlled substance with the intent to distribute, one in 2002 for possession of controlled substance with the intent to distribute.
All right, that's good. Go ahead, Ms. Collins.
Yes, Your Honor. One moment. I'm just looking into the 2013 aggravated assault. What county was that?
That was in Fulton County.
Okay, I didn't see that on my GCIC. But Your Honor, Mr. Gates, he's 61 years old, Your Honor. He completed the 9th grade at Woodbury High School. He's lived in Georgia his entire life. He resides at the address on file, which is the Mims Street address. And he's a father to 3 children. Your Honor, he cannot afford, well, he made the $30,000 bond. However, when he was getting processed out, a hole popped up. And the bonding company took the bond away probably because it's a large amount and he's going to be going to a different county. So they're worried about whether he's going to be able to continue to make the payments. Your Honor, we're just asking for a reduction so that Mr. Gates, hopefully the bonding company will accept a lower bond. Mr. Gates can go over to the next county and take care of the matter that he has going on over there. Your Honor, it's my understanding that most of his history is nonviolent. Most of it is just possession, drug charges of that nature. I know pretrial said there's a 2013 aggravated assault, but I didn't see that. The last aggravated assault I have is 1996. I'm not saying that pretrial is wrong, but that's what I see per my copy of the GCIC. And so, Your Honor, we're really asking if you would consider reducing this to a $5,000 bond. I have looked at the police reports, and per my reading of it, it looks like this started as a verbal argument until an individual struck Mr. Gates in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. The officers did notate that Mr. Gates had injuries to his face upon arrest. And it looks like it's not the alleged aggravated assault did not occur until after Mr. Gates was attacked first. I did note that the police report said that they had located 2 knives, which indicates that there was a potential second suspect that was armed. They did say that Mr. Gates had cuts to his face. So it looks like this may be an issue of self-defense. Of course, we'll look into it more and explore it if we get to the prelim. Your Honor, in the meantime, we're just asking if you would consider reducing his bond to $5,000. He believes that he'll be able to make that bond as well. And we're just hoping that the bond company will accept the lower bond so that he can move on to the next county. He's been in custody for over 200 days on this case. It's not indicted. There's no movement on it besides these hearings we have just now. And Mr. Gates is just wanting to take care of what he can take care of.
Good. So I do see it's 13 SC. I'm sitting here reading the plea transcript, and at one point, his lawyer says he thinks his client's on probation for 2050. Probation officer, yes, he's on probation until 9/7/2050. And at that point, it says it was 37 years, and that was for 08 SC 74999. But anyway, what says the state?
Your Honor, the issue that we have is that he, from pretrial, he did have one conviction for aggravated assault. This is the second one. I know that Ms. Collins said that he has only had non-violent, but these are 2 violent acts that occurred. We do have a victim in regards to this case, Your Honor. So the concern is for the public, Your Honor. And will he be able to return, Your Honor? And will he commit additional felonies with the history that he do have? That is a concern that the state has, and we will defer to the court in regards to the amount of the bond.
Okay, all right. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Stay away from 902 Donald Lee Hollowell in Atlanta, Georgia. You have an ankle monitor paid for by the county with a 24-hour curfew. Court, lawyer, medical, and employment, as long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment, a schedule, and the location you'll be working. You have 48 hours to have that ankle monitor placed on your ankle, sir, once you get released from whatever hold, okay? So you have to get back in touch with the ankle monitor company and get that put on your ankle. And make sure you supply the address where you'll be living. 234 days without indictment. I mean, you made bond $15,000 good bond. And no further contact with Angelo Johnson, Angelo Johnson. Best of luck to you, sir.
That concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. All right, so you got the last person back there. Well, for this one is David Lewis. So Ms. Sims, Ms. Jackson, we'll take like a 15-minute break after I do this one so everybody can go take a break and maybe grab a snack or something.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Do we, I mean, no, I don't want to. So what officers want to get in Mr. Lewis do we have here for what cases? All right, let's go. Officer, what case you here on?
Hold on, just give me your last name. Last name, sir. Bickerstaff. He is here in position number 7, Your Honor. Sir, your last name?
Well,
you said Newman?
Whose last name?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, suspect's good. I come up, Trey Newman. Got it. What about you?
York.
That's your name or the defendant's name?
That's mine.
What's the defendant?
William Pryor.
Gotcha. And what about you texting? You just texting?
Sorry,
Tyrone Young.
Is it you or is it the defendant?
Oh, that's fine.
What's the defendant's name?
Cameron Young.
Well, no, of course I'm on the other, all right, gotcha. All right, here we go. So we got, David Lewis, 22 CP 210766, 256 days without indictment, aggravated battery, obstruction of a law enforcement officer, and criminal trespass. And right now there is, let's see, this officer was on administrative leave, so his prelim is reset for Mr. Houston, and Mr. Cho's nice enough. He's just doing all kinds of getting little gold stars by his name today.
Oh, no.
He's sitting, well, he dealt with that other client, which, thank you so much. He's got a $40,000 good bond as of October 20th, 2022, pre-trial.
I'm sorry, is this Mr. Lewis?
David Lewis, yes, ma'am.
The defendant has 12 cycles. The defendant's last arrest was August the 16th, 2020, with the City of Atlanta Police Department for simple battery and 2 counts of battery. There was no disposition for that arrest. The defendant does appear to have an open case pending for simple battery and 2 counts of battery. That case number is 20 CR 004413 and a letter Y. The defendant did receive first offender treatment in 2012 out of DeKalb County for aggravated assault and robbery. That case was sealed October the 12th, 2020. There was one misdemeanor conviction that was in 2010 for disorderly conduct. Nothing in addition, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Cho, what do you want? What you
Thank
say?
you, Your Honor. Just so Mr. Lewis can hear, we are asking the court to consider dismissal. Court has already ruled. Officer is a no-show today. I don't want to overly speculate about what admin leave means, but if it's a negative connotation, is this a situation where the officer is not going to show up? I just throw that out there, Your Honor, because it has been 256 days at this point for this case. Judge, we'd ask the court to consider reduction in half. At this time, there's no bond Mr. Lewis can afford at all, and we will defer to court's wisdom and judgment, of course.
Says the state.
Yes, Your Honor. In regards to this case right here, the person did lose an eye. And when I say in regards to administrative leave, we.
No, I don't want to, you don't have to put that.
Yes.
I just want to hear about the,
Sorry.
that's
My
okay.
fault. No problem.
That's okay, don't worry about, I mean, so we just want to, I mean, and that's horrible. What happened to the officer? He's just, he's a lawyer. He made his, an argument that,
I was ready to respond. Your
yeah.
Honor.
But I'm just saying about that doesn't,
The concern is, of
Bond
course,
is what I'm
with this charge and the history that we did here, Your Honor, it is a concern for the safety of the public, Your Honor. And we would like to get that on the record, and we will defer to the court in regards to the amount.
any contact with the victim?
No contact with the victim, Your Honor.
All right.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
All right, while you're looking at that, we'll make sure we do this. Stay away from 216 Peachtree Street. And Ms. Fisher, this is off my bond order from October of last year. Stay away from all MARTA stations, MARTA properties. That includes benches, sir. If you're at a bus stop, you can't tie your shoe. You can't sit on at a bench. If you do, that's a violation of your probate of bond conditions. No drugs unless prescribed, no alcohol, no weapons. You're going to have an ankle monitor with a 24-hour curfew. Must provide an address, if you don't have one yet, to the attorney and to the ankle monitoring company. You got to provide it where you're going to live. Do you have one now? Okay, you have to provide that to the jail to get bonded out. That's one of the conditions, that they have an address where you're going to be living. But that ankle monitoring company, if there's a hold, which there is, if there's any hold, you'll have 48 hours to have the ankle monitor placed on your ankle. It's a 24-hour curfew except for court, lawyer, medical, and employment, as long as you supply the name of your employer, proof of employment, schedule, location you'll be working, to your attorney and to the ankle monitoring company. All right, so we'll do 15, 5, and 3. 15,000, 5,000, 3,000. Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. That concludes my business.
Yes, thank you. So, Ms. Watts, Ms. Watts, Ms. Gaston, Ms. Jackson, Ms. Sims. So we'll go to the afternoon Zoom link, but how about like a 15-minute break so that everybody can grab something? Little litigators break, little court reporters break, little pretrial break, and then maybe just throw something down their throat for a quick snack or something, okay?
Okay,
We're done with this calendar, Your Honor.
What's that?
Have we completed this calendar?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It'll be someone else covering.
Okay, so just tell them, and I'll get on in like 15, we'll get on back live in the court in like 15 minutes or hour.
Thank
Okay.
you.